Okay, so everybody is live on YouTube right now, just so you know.
Okay,
Now,
thank you, Tracy.
okay. And then once 7 o'clock comes, we'll start to record. All right, we're looking for Tom. I don't see Tom.
You get to Tom's item, just ask him to raise his hand if
Mhm.
he's in. He could have logged in some other name.
Okay, there's Nancy. But Nancy, I'm gonna let you in when it's your time. So you can put your hand down. Thank you.
So Tracy, my screen is showing that we're recording at this point.
Joanne hit the recording. Yes, we're also on YouTube
Okay.
with 1 minute to go. Yes, thank you. So, okay, so we have someone who wants to know if his video is working. Robbie, I don't know if we can do that right now, or do you want to wait until his item comes up right before? What's the pleasure of the mayor? I don't know if you want to do
Oh,
it.
I'd say wait until the item comes up.
Okay.
We've got a few things to do before we get there.
Yeah, so we will make sure that everybody who needs to be able to talk will be able to talk. Okay, so let's see.
Seven o'clock.
It is 7 o'clock.
Okay, well then I will call the September 30th meeting of the Lafayette City Council to order. All council members are present via Zoom, so that the roll call reflect that. Brings us to adoption of agenda. I've had a request that we move up item 13A, which is a proclamation for Latino Month, and up on the agenda. I would suggest we use 8B, that slot, as the place to consider item 13A. If that's acceptable to the council. I'm getting nods, so I'll just do a quick vote. Vice Mayor Kendall.
Aye.
Councilmember Bliss.
Aye.
Councilmember Burks.
Aye.
Councilmember Geringer.
Aye.
And I'm a yes. So we'll modify the agenda. Item 13A will now become item 8B. So with that, we will move on to public comments. Are there any items or public comments on items that are not on the agenda from the public? Any public comments?
So can, if anybody has a comment, can you just raise your hand so I can see it on the screen?
This would be for items that are not on our agenda tonight.
Okay, I don't see any hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Well, with that, we'll move to our next item, which is presentations. And I think Jennifer Wakeman is going to introduce the presenter.
I don't know if the presenter's here. Tom, if you're on the call, can you raise your hand so I can let you in on the panel?
He's having trouble getting onto the meeting.
Okay.
Mayor, perhaps you could do the consent calendar and give him a few more minutes.
Okay, well, we can do that. Let's move a little bit out of order here and move to 6A, which is the consent calendar. Are there any desires to remove an item from the consent calendar? Do I have a motion?
I move we approve the consent calendar.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, quick vote. Councilmember Bliss,
Aye.
Councilmember Burks,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kendall,
Aye.
Councilmember Geringer,
Aye.
and I'm a yes, so it's unanimous. The consent calendar has been passed. Okay, we'll go back now to item 5A, if that is appropriate.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here tonight to present Thomas Adams, who works at Avenue Insights and Analytics. This has been a consultant company that we have partnered with for many years in helping the city to analyze our sales tax revenues and to help us with forecasting. Thanks, Tom, for joining us. Oh, you're muted.
Myself, unmute myself here and get going.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody, for having me tonight. As Jennifer had mentioned, I'm Tom Adams with Avenue Insights and Analytics. We're also known as Muni Services here in California. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here and walk you through a brief presentation on sales tax. And if you have any questions, we'll have some time at the end to go through that. See if that's going to work for us here. Okay, so can you see my my screen here?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so first we'll give you a little bit of history on kind of what's gone on with your sales tax. Start pre-pandemic, just to give you a little bit of background on what's driving your overall sales tax revenue. We see restaurants with close to a quarter, retail at 21%, internet and non-local, we call that the county pool, is generating about 17%, food and liquor markets 15%, and gas stations and auto repair 13%. The rest of it, about 11%, is coming from construction, B2B companies, which are a variety of different companies, and miscellaneous. Some of this, different sectors are being affected in different ways by the pandemic created recession. So I'll go into a little bit of that as we walk through the presentation. As we can see your numbers here, this is your what we call your Bradley Burns 1% tax. The city of Lafayette gets 1% of the overall tax rate. I'm forgetting what yours is. It's probably about 8.5%, something like that percent. The state gets most of the rest. Then there's some other additional little pieces there. You get 1% of that. So for local businesses, we can see that your performance for the last 4 years, well, for 3 years it was fairly flat. You can see these numbers at 2.66. 2.64, 2.66, 2.67 million, fairly flat. Now you've declined in the last year down to this just shy of 2.3. Retail, as we can see, was on the decline anyways. So some of the trends of the pandemic were sort of accelerating things that had already been happening before the pandemic started. So we do see some decrease there in retail. For food, we had seen that fairly flat over the last few years, and we do see some decrease there. We did break out for you some of the food segments within this category. Restaurants, about 760 before the pandemic, about 610 at the end of the last fiscal year. Last fiscal year, just as a reminder, that the pandemic's gone on for about 6 months. Our numbers that we're showing you tonight are through the end of June, your fiscal year, through the end of June of 2020. That's the most recent data we've gotten from the state. So the impacts were in Q1. There was about 2 weeks of Q1 that were affected by sheltering. Restaurants were impacted a little bit longer, maybe a month out of the 3 months of the first quarter. Then most of the impact is happening in the second quarter. That was the largest impacts from the recession in the second quarter. Transportation, this is largely gasoline sales and auto repair. We can see it largely sort of bounces around depending upon the price of gasoline. We've seen that kind of going up, down pretty significantly here. As we remember from Q2, that's the Q2 again, time period is April, May, June. The price of gas came way down. People were driving less, consuming less, so the price of gasoline was down as well. So that was kind of a double hit that you took in the transportation category. Construction is a fairly small amount. It's gone up a little bit, then came back down. It's not too important overall. B2B, same thing. This miscellaneous category, we typically don't include in our, we just throw that down there just so you know there's a little extra change at the end on it's mainly health and government related. So, oh, I forgot to go into the other food products breakout. We have food markets here at 381, fairly flat for food markets. Only certain things in food markets are taxable. Food itself is not. Beer, wine, liquor, toilet paper, paper towels, all those things that have been popular are taxable. Then liquor stores we see here is fairly flat as well. So it's mainly restaurants that has had the major impact on you guys. The one thing I wanted to show you related to the county pool is as retail, as we saw on the previous slide, has been decreasing, the county pool has been increasing over time. Well, it went down a little bit here, but over the last 3 years, we've seen a pretty dramatic increase. And this is, as I had mentioned before, the general trend of slow decline in retail as well as more people shopping on the internet. That was particularly prevalent in Q2. The other thing in Q2 was we also had the last several quarters was we had some new revenue called the Wayfair case. It was a Supreme Court case that it now allows us to California to require out-of-state, primarily internet companies, to start paying sales tax. So that is some net new money that is offsetting, along with this increased internet activity, offsetting some of the decreases that we've seen recently. So if we go to your cash performance, we can look through kind of what's happening statewide. It was down 19% in Q1 and down about 6% in Q2. Right now you're supposed to say, hey, wait, that doesn't make sense. Why is it so down in Q1? And not too bad or not too down in Q2. Basically what happened was the state allowed businesses to an extra 90 days to pay their taxes in Q1. So many businesses took advantage of that. And basically a lot of the Q1 money then flows into Q2. So Q1's artificially worse than what actually happened. Q2 looks better than what actually happened. Statewide, if you flip these two numbers, you get to about what happened. Q1, from a sales tax perspective, was down about 6%. Q2 down about 19%, just kind of the opposite of what we're seeing here. For Lafayette, down about 25% for Q1, down about 6.4 for Q2. So kind of similar to what went on at the state. If we look at your actual Q2 economic performance, we can see kind of the relative importance. This is a 5-year trend chart on the left, which shows by quarter kind of how you've been doing. There's a little bit of seasonality as we've seen, then some decreases more recently. You can see retail sort of gradually decreasing over this 5-year period, then more dramatically in Q2. Transportation sort of going up a little bit, then kind of more coming down. Construction and B2B, less important categories. You can see one's about 6.5 or 6.3%, sorry, and about 4.5% for B2B. So overall, down about 34% for Q2, decrease of about $233,000. A lot of that is coming from that food products category that we discussed previously. A little bit is coming from, or quite a bit is also coming from general retail. Oddly enough, your county pool that we had talked about, your internet money, which includes both increasing internet purchases from consumers when they were at home during the sheltering period, but also that new Wayfair money, it basically offsets just about all of that decrease for the quarter there. So it's about $55,000. So that was some good news here in the retail category. It was just kind of a shift in consumer behavior from going into a store to clicking a button. So also just want to highlight here, Q2 was the most dramatic or is thought to be the most dramatic period of our decrease due to the recession. So this is not setting a trend. This is going to be sort of the ugliest quarter for you guys. And Q3, I think, is going to provide a better snapshot on how consumer behavior in your city is functioning. And we should see the cash numbers for that at the end of Q3 being July, August, September. We'll see the cash numbers, the final cash numbers for that. Businesses will make their payments, and the state will distribute the money to the city at the end of November. And we'll then get that information sort of mid-December and start meeting with clients in January after the holidays. So in sales tax future, what does the future hold for you? Ordinarily, we project based upon kind of immediate past history. Now we're using a little bit more assumptions and that sort of thing based upon what we've seen so far, what we're seeing going on throughout the economy, and really kind of the specifics of your business mix and your businesses there within the city. For 1920, as you can see there, you were at 2,860,000. That was your kind of where you wound up with on a cash basis, down about 12% from the prior year. For the upcoming year, we have you sliding a little bit more, another 4.3% to about 2,736,000. Then we see a little bit more dramatic growth than you might ordinarily see in Lafayette for the next few years, then kind of tailing off back to your kind of more regular rates about 5 years out in that 24, 25, 25, 26, 26, 27, about 2% range. So some caveats to what we've talked about before. This recession's a little bit different. We don't have a playbook on what the recovery is going to look like. The last time we had this sort of recession was back in 1918 during the Great Flu pandemic. The economy was obviously a little different back then. So if we're looking at going forward, we're making some assumptions, but there is obviously some uncertainty around the pandemic. Also, it should be noted, ordinarily in a recession, you're going to look at certain things are going to be more impacted than others. And what largely happens is people, sort of tighten their pocketbook on larger expenditures. So new car sales, you don't have to worry about that. In construction, you don't have much of that, so you don't have to worry about that. New car sales have been impacted so far. We will be seeing some of that. Again, that's not a concern of yours. Construction so far hasn't been impacted as much. That may take place, a year from now if the recession broadens. But for the most part, the impacts, those things that aren't usually impacted, restaurants, retail, usually those are fairly flat during a recession. Not too bad. Maybe you might lose a little bit, but it's not too impacted. That is the area that is being most impacted, along with new car sales during the current recession. So. In terms of modeling, some of the things that we don't know is what's going to happen this fall and winter with the virus, and overall what that's going to mean for businesses regulations, and if they're going to be open or not, et cetera. We don't know exactly when the vaccine's going to arrive, how effective it's going to be, and some of those things, how long it's going to take to implement, and those sort of things. The next thing is it's a little uncertain for the economic recovery. So the health is sort of unknown. The economic recovery in terms of the federal stimulus size and timing, it's been talked about a lot. The first stimulus seemed to really do its job. The decrease wasn't as much as many had predicted for Q2. So that was a good sign. Unemployment trends, we're still waiting to see sort of how it's all going to shake out going forward over the next 12 months, 24 months as to how employment's going to come back. Business rate failures or business failure rates are still up in the air. Some of that's going to depend upon federal stimulus, the PPP programs, and some of those things, as well as consumer behavior. Things have changed a little bit. People have changed their lifestyles, and how soon are people going to kind of go back to where they were, or is there fundamentally going to be a little bit different consumer kind of attitudes towards things and ways they shop and live and kind of go through their daily business. Lastly, I just thought I would throw this in there. Our current kind of sales tax regulations at the state level are based upon regulations that they had implemented back in kind of, I think it was the late 30s. And our current economy is just fundamentally a little different. So there had been talk over the last few years. Senator Glazer had a bill a couple of years ago. Well, he had a couple different bills that did not move forward to kind of redefine how we regulate sales tax. California has a pretty narrow sales tax in that we don't tax any services, we don't tax any digital goods. Other states such as Texas and Washington, have broader sales tax. So they're actually keeping up with more of the economy that we have today versus kind of a goods-based economy that really was, more in place, say, 50, 75 years ago. So that was about it that I had for you today. I wanted to leave a little bit of time in case you guys have questions or if there's anything you would like me, you want to discuss, et cetera. I will stop my sharing here. Should I stop sharing, Jennifer? Is that good?
Yeah,
I think that would be good if you could stop and we can get everyone back on. I think Councilmember Burks, you have a question?
I do. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And Tom, thanks very much. That was really great. And I think it was fantastic for our public to see that. And it was great timing. So Jennifer, thanks for setting that up and doing that. Can you tell us or maybe Jennifer, if you can tell us, what is the number one business in town in terms of sales tax revenue provided to the city?
Jennifer and I are both smiling because the answer is no. I cannot tell. I should have mentioned this at the beginning, that all of the information the state provides on sales tax is confidential. So we can provide certain things to you that sort of roll up as long as there's enough businesses in there so you don't know specific business performance. So one thing I could provide for you, and I can share that, I actually, I had that in my original presentation, but Jennifer was so mean, she made me take it out. No, I'm just joking. Let me go ahead and share my screen again. And I think it's still gonna be in here. Let me, no, it's not in there.
Did you put it at the end, Tom?
I'm sharing one from the, is there a way that I can share and go to my screen on here?
Well, while Tom finds that, I just thought I'd share that, when Tom and I sat down to review our quarterly sales tax numbers, there were two takeaways that he mentioned that I wanted to emphasize. And that's that, our neighboring communities that have a strong economic base, they really rely heavily on that new car sales portion. I think Walnut Creek loses about 20 to 25% of their sales tax right off the bat when new car sales take a hit, because they're so, that's such a big piece of the sales tax pie for them. And then general retail. And so, when we had the recession in 2008, even Lafayette was pretty insulated because those are not our largest contributing sectors. And so we were able to carry on our operations per normal. So it's been a little bit interesting, distressing to find that our greatest contributors for our economic environment are the ones that are most hit in this situation. And so what you see is that, our revenue, our portion of the revenue, our revenue stream has decreased. And then with the pandemic, consumer habits are changing so that, how often now, I don't go to a store anymore, hardly. My husband goes to the grocery store, everything else I buy online. And when you transfer that much consumer power online, there are not strict requirements yet for all of the sales tax to be tied to the location where the purchase is made. So, we have a fairly affluent demographic in our community, and a lot of these transactions are going online instead of staying in the brick and mortar stores of our local economy. And what happens then is that all of those sales tax dollars go into a county pool. And the county or the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration looks at how much across the county was collected for sales tax from brick and mortar. And then they establish the portion that goes to each community from the pool. So not only are we seeing our revenue stream become smaller, but also our allocation from those online sales where likely our residents are contributing a greater amount is also getting smaller because our stream is smaller. So it's kind of an interesting situation where we, Tom and I joked about calling it the double whammy. Not only are we, even if we are still, our residents are still putting the same sales tax value out there, we're getting smaller and smaller pieces just because of the way that the sales tax is set up for online sales, especially.
And
So
I should add that this is what Senator Glazer was trying to.
Yeah. I was going to say what you said, Tom. I mean, Senator Glazer has been a champion of this, and it's been appalling that the legislature has not backed him on the bills that he's put forward to bring our economy out of the 1930s and to actually allocate money fairly across this state. And it's one more black eye for California. So so thank you for bringing that up, Tom. Earlier, I was going to mention that and commend Senator Glazer for his. I mean, he's going after it, and that's great. I mean, we've got
he was very aggressive with both his bills.
I just wanted to, the question I asked about the top. This is a great slide. This is more than I had asked for. What I wanted to do was just to recognize, the top performers and the entire business community and what the chamber's done, and to show people, the public, these businesses. These are the businesses we need to support, and all the other ones as well. These aren't the only ones. But, I just tip my hat to these folks and what all of the business community has gone through over these last 6 months, and to actually see fairly strong numbers that you've shown us. Yeah, we've seen a dip, and the data stopped in June. I realize that, and hopefully you're right. And, we see a Q3 upside, but this gives at least me a really good idea of kind of the core that makes up like you said, over 50% of the total or sales tax.
If we break it out, you're looking at food products, about 13 of those 25, general retail about 5, transportation 5, mainly gas stations, and a couple left over in kind of construction. So that gives you a breakdown of kind of who's generating that sales tax. We like to sort of just give a little kind of roll up there of what these businesses are and that sort of thing. So 7 out of that 25, are restaurants, as you can see.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you. Mr.
Okay,
Mayor.
buying local makes a big difference, and it's important that we do that. Are there other questions from council members? And Tom, if you could take down your shared screen there, I can then see everybody. Thank you. Any other questions from council members? Do we have any comments from the public?
Okay, I see one raised hand. It's Dave Clark. So I am going to bring Dave Clark in. So Dave, I will unmute him. So Dave, you're good to go.
Okay, hi everybody. I've got 2 things. I know these are more questions and comments if that fits the format, okay? But with respect to that last comment, the last back and forth, if we go to ace.com and buy a hammer for $25 and specify that we're going to pick it up at the Ace on Mount Diablo Boulevard, do we then get full credit for that tax? That's one thing, as opposed to the pool that you were talking about for the shared the allocation of the tax. And the other question, the comment is anecdotally, both anecdotally, and I've seen some data that supports this, there are a lot of people who have a lot more money, cash availability now than they would normally have because their expenses have been cut way back. People aren't taking trips. They're not, as you said, they're not necessarily buying new cars. They may be, a lot of expenses have come way down. And I've seen some stats about how much better off some people are. And my question is that a measurable event? Is that something that you can reflect in the sales tax numbers that may that may, I would think it would be a positive amount, that if all those people aren't, they're not going to San Francisco to eat lunch. If they're gonna call, if they're gonna buy locally, it might actually be a plus or a benefit. That was my two
So,
comments.
Mr. Clark, that's great. Let's see if there's any questions for the speaker, since that was an interesting comment. Okay, so Tom, let's see if you can answer maybe some of those questions, or Jennifer.
I'm happy to. So the first question was, if you order something online and pick it up at the store, will you get the full sales tax? And the answer to that is typically no. It's going to go through the county pool. Typically, there are certain situations where you might have sales tax agreements or other things that happen that mean it's going to come off of the table altogether. So it just kind of depends. But for the most part in that situation, the answer is no. You're going to get your percentage of the county pool, which is pretty low. I would have to look again, but it's like, something like 2 or 3%, something like
I
that.
think ours is like 1.5%. It was like 1.8, close to 1.9.
Yeah. So the second part of the question, will you see more sales tax activity from people working from home? Yeah, theoretically you should. People tend to spend more, consume more closer to home rather than by the workplace anyway. So typically, just because it's more convenient to pick, depending upon how far they're commuting, et cetera. So typically cars are going to be purchased closer to home. You're going to shop at markets closer to home. Often retail, you're going to do closer to home. So there's a certain amount of that happens anyways. You'll see a little bit more of that. We did see some kind of one-time activity in Q2 that, I've seen more electric bikes on the road than I've ever seen in my life. So there was kind of these one-time purchases, or people were working on their homes and the gardens and some of these things. So again, there was sort of this kind of pandemic-related sales tax behavior that appeared to be more sort of one-time in nature in Q2. So that will be interesting to see how much of that continues on into Q3 as people's, we're still largely working from home, or many people are, I should say. But it also, I think, to the questioner's point is, Lafayette's a fairly affluent community compared to many. The pandemic has inordinately affected people that are lower on the income ladder to date. We are starting to see some information that it's starting to become more of a white collar recession, but that hasn't really started to the same extent that it has on the lower income ladder. And we're seeing it being a more urbanized problem, quite frankly. So it doesn't have the same impact in each community. Also depends upon what sort of business mix you guys have that's generating your sales tax. Given that restaurants are generating a significant portion, as Jennifer said previously, it is impacting you more. In a typical recession, you guys would be about half of what the ordinary decrease would be. In this one, we're seeing you be a little bit above what the typical recession rate would be.
Okay, are there any other public comments?
I do not see any raised hands.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the council. One last chance to ask questions of Tom or Jennifer on this item. And well, Tom, we really appreciate the information.
Thank you for having me.
And maybe this can be, an annual report. It might be helpful for us to track it.
Happy to do that.
Councilmember Geringer?
Well, to that point, I would say actually, at least as we go into the new year, potentially January after that, third quarter report or Q3 that comes in November, especially as we're going into our budget cycle. I know we'll be looking in December, but I think it might be good to have them come back at that time.
Okay.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Great.
And Jennifer, thank you.
Sorry for teasing you, Jeff.
Okay. I don't know
Oh,
what that was
I
about.
made him go too. That was me. I was a little too quick on the trigger. I'm sorry, Tom.
Okay. All right, so we've done the consent calendar. We're now on staff reports. Tracy Robinson.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to come back. I'm going to try to, if I could rely on my co-host to take care of the hosting things while I go into my report. I am going to also share my screen. If you give me 1 minute. Let's see here, share. Okay, who can share? All panelists. Okay. Okay, you can see the screen now? Okay, good. Okay, let me get up my staff report. And now I'm organized. Okay, thank you so much, Mayor and Council. What I'm going to do for you tonight, basically as a good segue from what Tom was talking about with the sales tax, is I'm going to give you a budget update. So we have the numbers back for the end of the fiscal year 1920. And so we can give you sort of we're in the middle of the audit right now, but we can give you some rough numbers, and I think we're pretty confident about where we ended up. So I'm gonna read parts of the staff report. I'm sure you've all read the staff report, but I'm just gonna recap certain parts. So as you recall, when we did the budget, when you approved the budget last June, you took steps to cut $950,000 from that budget in June. And at that time, the projected general fund reserve for 1920 was estimated to be at 11.3 million, or 76%. So now that we have actual full year, you can see my notes and my slides. Okay. Sorry, I'm just getting feedback that you can see, I guess, the current slide. Anyway, I'm just gonna have to do this, I'm sorry. I'll just go,
I would say just charge ahead.
Okay, sorry, I got off my stride, I was getting text. Anyway, it looks prettier on my screen here at home, but we'll just go with this. Now that we have full year actual figures, we can update our projections. So what we see here is that, let's see, so I have to move you over here. So the total revenue, what we estimated we would get would be $16.2 million. We actually got $16.57 million. So there's a difference of $324,000 to the good.
So Tracy, I think that's your second slide, but we're still stuck with the original slide, the first slide, and the second slide is very small. So it's hard for people to see.
Okay, hold
what you're
on.
talking about.
Shoot. There we go. Can you see it now?
I cannot. I still see what you originally put up, which is your first slide, and the second slide is indicated as the second slide. It's much smaller.
Let me see if I can reshare my screen. I'll try to reshare my screen. Share screen. There. Okay.
Okay, much better.
Okay,
Yes.
so now it's the whole screen. I'm sorry about that technical difficulties. Okay. So I'm going to go over that again. So you can see that in our revenue, we actually ended up $324,000 to the good, $324,000 more than we estimated. And on the expense side, we spent $598,000 less than we estimated. Again, a good outcome. So the total positive swing was $922,000. So instead of ending up where we thought the general fund reserve would be at 11.3 million, or 76%, we estimate that we'll end up somewhere around 11.8 0.88%, which is 82%. So that's a very good outcome. So next thing that we're going to do is we're going to put some additional numbers, some updated numbers into our 5-year model. So the first thing, this is the most important thing, why I've highlighted the sales tax that Tom just told you about. One thing that I do want to bring up is that our sales tax numbers are actually a little bit more conservative than the numbers that Tom gave us. We just feel like when we're making decisions, we want to make those decisions conservatively. So these numbers in every year are about $200,000 lower than what Tom told you. And again, that's just taking into account sort of his last slide, and that none of us really knows how this is going to go, what's going to happen, what the recovery is going to look like, because we're just going into it. So that's one thing. Additionally, we have $300,000 of CARES Act money that has come in. This is money from the federal government. So it's an additional amount of revenue that we're going to use. And then we are using that for things that are pandemic related. So we, for example, use that money for fitting the office with the barriers, for special cleaning. We've also used it for some IT equipment to help people work remotely. And we have some computer systems coming online. So that's the kind of thing that that money is going to be used for. So I want to go back previous. Okay, so what you see here is that when we put these new sales tax numbers in and add the CARES money, and we also are starting out with a better general fund reserve balance, that going forward in 2021, we expect, with the even just making sure that we are still very cognizant of our expenses, that we can still make a 71% general fund reserve. We also need to be cognizant going forward, obviously. We don't want to go crazy and just start spending money because it seems like we have a lot. I think for the next few years, we are still going to need to be very careful, but at least for the year after in 21, 22, we still think we can, being conservative, still also maintain that 60% even through 21, 22, and hopefully everything will be resolved then. But basically, I think the message here is that we still need to be very careful about spending. We need to avoid adding any new programs, and then we can return in December for another budget update. I do want to talk about a couple of things that we would like you to consider tonight as recommendations. So staffing, when the proposed 2021 budget was approved in June, there were 2 staff vacancies. There was a transportation planner and a front desk receptionist. That was a part-time position. In the current proposed budget, we actually have budgeted those positions to be filled starting January 1st of next year in 21. Since we did the budget, we've had 3 other vacancies occur. 1 planning technician, 1 police services assistant, and an assistant recreation coordinator. Those positions were fully budgeted in the current proposed budget. So we did not fill any of the positions that were vacated because we had a hiring freeze. However, feedback that we received from staff has consistently been that the workload during the shelter-in-place order has been crushing, particularly for those departments that are not fully staffed. And the city's cost consciousness has always meant that the city operates with a very lean staff to begin with. Therefore, the loss of these positions has put a great deal of pressure on the remaining staff members. Even taking into account that we did cut some services to accommodate the vacancies, but yet it is still 5 vacant positions out of a total staff of around 43 FTEs is a big hit. So given that as of January 1st, 2021, full staffing for all positions is already reflected in the budget, we recommend that the council give authorization to the city manager to lift the hiring freeze and to start recruiting to fill positions. So staff plans to immediately begin recruitment for the vacancies that I have underlined here, the transportation planner and the planning technician. And then we would like to be able to start those recruitments immediately because it often takes 3 or 4 months from beginning to end by the time you start recruiting to by the time you actually get an employee on board. So we would start with those 2 positions first, and the city manager would then work with the department heads to start recruiting the other positions as appropriate to the specific timing and needs of the department. Okay. Secondly, we recommend that the 1.25% COLA that staff voluntarily gave up to help balance the budget be restored retroactively in recognition of the contributions that employees have made during this pandemic. Staff provided essential services in a very cost-effective manner, and they really maintained very high levels of service under what were very, very difficult circumstances. So the cost of restoring the COLA to the general fund is approximately $55,000. We do recommend, however, that you maintain all previous authorized budget cuts as they have been proposed in the budget. You know, we need to be able to conserve all our resources against further economic downturns that may be currently unknown. I know that we are all extremely hopeful that we are headed out of this particular situation, but we just don't know. Things could certainly turn down again, so I believe we do need to be cognizant of maintaining our resources. However, you will obviously have the opportunity to review the entire budget again in December, at which time we'll have better information about the revenue expectations, especially for the critical CIP funding. So this budget that I've been talking about right now concentrates primarily on the general fund. We don't know at this point how funding like gas taxes are probably going to be lower. Measure J funding is probably going to be lower. And those are the primary sources that we use for our capital improvement projects. So if we don't want to slip behind, the general fund may actually have to contribute more money to the CIP in order to fund the projects that we've already designed for, so that we don't start slipping down in the pavement index. So that's why I'm sort of recommending that we maintain all the authorized previous budget cuts, and that you consider everything again in December when we'll have a better idea of what those CIP funding sources look like. Okay, so just to recap, we have 3 specific recommendations that we would like you to consider tonight. The first is to authorize the city manager to start recruitment for all of our open positions. We would like you to restore the 1.25% COLA retroactively to July 1st. And we would like you to just maintain all budget cuts previously authorized and reconsider them again in December in context of everything else that you're looking at. So I am going to now stop sharing my screen. And Jennifer and I are here to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, thank you, Tracy. Are there questions from council members? Vice Mayor Kendall.
Hi, Tracy, thank you. Great report. And this whole picture together, thank you for doing all that work. And I'm glad that we're in the position that we're in, so we have some options. And I think that's terrific for everybody. I totally endorse all these things, but I do have a question. There was a couple things in there that I just detailed questions, and then I have something I want to report on from a meeting that we had yesterday. So in your thing, the hotel tax, why is it like so much smaller in 2021 than it is this year? It's like cut in half. Just remind me, we probably talked about it, but I'm
Do you want me to
not
speak to it,
remembering.
Tracy?
Yeah, Jennifer, why don't you go ahead and,
When we put
Take
together the estimated figures for 2021, I had been in conversations with the general manager for the hotel. And we had talked about if they were given the go-ahead to open effective July 1st, that probably they couldn't get business really ramped up and going until September 1st. So based on the conversations that I had with him, we estimated that the Lafayette Park Hotel would be operating at 25% of normal for the second quarter of the fiscal year. So nothing for the first quarter, 25% for the second quarter. As their book of business kept building up, it would be 50% for quarter 3 and 75% for quarter 4. That was the assumption that we used going in. However, I think that I did hear that they opened this month, which is great. But I'll have to talk to him again to see how it's actually coming in. But that's
great.
why there's such a significant drop.
Got it. Okay. And then also the general fund expenses for the next one is up like 1.5 million from the last 2 years before. What are the big players in there? Why is it so much bigger?
can you?
Okay, so
no-
it was the general fund expenditures. Oh, it's on your second one.
Is it on my second screen for 1920?
On your second one, right? So 1920 actuals coming in at like 13.5. It was estimated 13.9, but then proposed for 2021 is over 15 million. So it's just kind of I can't remember why that would have been such a big jump.
Well, there's a couple things in there, and I could probably give you more detail. I'd have to get into the details on that. But
Okay.
part of that was we didn't have the positions filled that we want to fill. Obviously, that's not $2 million. But there are also, this happens every year. There are also projects that get pushed forward, right? So part of the reason that we're low in 1 year is that there are projects that were budgeted that didn't happen, but they still need to happen. So we push those forward to the
Okay.
next year. So that would be, and I would have to, if you're interested, I can certainly look to that. But those things, for example, the general plan, right? So we're still going forward with the general plan. That's a couple $100,000. We've got some bigger projects like the art project keeps getting pushed forward. So that's really the main reason why it's lower, and then it gets higher.
Okay, got it. So we had a meeting yesterday, Teresa and I did, with the traffic and circulation chair, Carl, and Mike Moran. And Mike made the observation that we have been having a transportation planner, but in this case, with the very unhappy death of Chuck DeLue, we are now, who was providing the engineering services for free to the city, he would really like to have a transportation engineer rather than a transportation planner.
Mhm.
And it kind of makes sense, especially going into the general plan, that we actually have the engineer on staff. And so that does, I heard the argument and it made sense to me. And so maybe we don't look for a transportation planner, but we look for a transportation engineer.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, Naroop and Mike Moran and I had a conversation today about that very thing. And we will be recruiting for a traffic engineer. That's actually a specialty, subspecialty of being a civil engineer. And I know that I'm just going to maybe anticipate a question that you might have in terms of the dollars. So I will tell you that we looked at that. So we have a body budgeted, an FTE budgeted for the position. And I believe that we have budgeted that position at a senior level, a senior planner level. We think that we can recruit a qualified traffic engineer at the level of an associate engineer. And those salary ranges are comparable to each other. So we believe that we can recruit someone in a traffic engineer position with the same dollars that we have budgeted for the transportation planner. And then also keeping in mind, the general fund only pays for half of that position, and Measure J funds pay for the other half. So that helps. So we are very hopeful that we can find a qualified person for the position for the dollars that we already have budgeted. So that's what we're going to do.
Great. Even if it's just close, that's fine. You know, I think that's good news. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Okay, other questions from council members? Okay, do we have any public comments on this item?
Dave Clark has a question. Dave Clark is coming back. Hold on. Okay. So Dave Clark, you are on.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. And the budget's encouraging. I do have a question about the total number of people with respect to bullet point number 1. It's a little unclear to me reading the report itself, how many positions that entails, because there were 2 from June. There were 3 that happened since then. That's a total of 5. And Tracy, you were just talking about a traffic engineer as a substitute, I think I heard, for a traffic planner. So is the total 5, or are there other vacancies on the organization chart? Well, I think there are other vacancies on the organization chart, which would also be filled now, or are they going to stay vacant?
So there are 5 positions that are vacant. We are talking about subbing in a traffic engineer for the transportation planner position. So if we were to recruit, there are 5 vacant positions. So we would recruit, I will say that the assistant recreation coordinator position, but that's going to be funded almost entirely, not in the general fund, that's funded out of the recreation budget. They may hold off on recruiting that position depending on how their numbers are coming in, because again, remember they're an enterprise fund. So with respect, all of the other 4 positions, we would start recruiting for, but our main focus is going to be on the traffic engineer, because we really need someone to fill that position. Because I know that residents have been clamoring for it. Mike Moran has sort of run himself ragged doing 2 jobs. And then also planning has been under a lot of pressure. We lost a planning technician probably in the June time period. And planning has still quite a lot going on. That's a long answer to your question.
Specifically, what I'm looking at, it may be my problem. I may have outdated information, but I'm looking at a June 2020 organization chart for the city, and there's a vacant assistant engineer in the Public Works and Engineering department.
Yeah,
So-
we hired that position.
Okay. So
I'm sorry,
my problem.
that's an outdated org chart. I do need to update that, but these are the only positions that are vacant right now.
Perfect. Thank you. That answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Are there any other public comments?
Let me get Dave back. I do not see anybody else with their hands up right now.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to council for consideration and possible action. Any thoughts?
Okay.
Councilmember Burks.
Yeah, Tracy, thank you very much. And Narup, thank you very much for the snapshot. And it is heartening to see a better financial position than I thought, than I think we all thought we would be in. My view, though, is this is not over. This this could get a lot worse. In fact, the NIH, CDC, every expert in our country is saying it will. And while we're seeing improvements in the Bay Area, we're seeing New York go the complete opposite way right now, with an almost a quarter, 25% increase in COVID positive cases in the last 14 days. And that's a trend from a state that had this thing beaten, quote unquote. And I do not think it would be responsible. It would be a responsible move to call it a game at this point and do anything that represents a departure from how conservatively we're managing things now through December. And in December, we may not even know. But for us to sort of open the floodgates other than with recommendation number 3, and I know the pressure you're under, Tracy and Mike, if Mike's listening, and Narup, but it's one of those things where, the public's got to understand if they're not going to get the services that they got pre-pandemic, the pandemic's not over. And, you prioritize, and you're excellent managers, and you do that. But we, in my opinion, still need to be very conservative and very cautious until we see at least a vaccine with some representable efficacy that's, it's actually manufactured and available in our community, which could be a long time from now. So I almost got the sense like, it's over. Let's start loosening things up here. And I think everybody, there's general consensus across the country that we could still see a significant wave of outbreaks throughout the fall and into the general conventional flu season. So I'm against going liberal on this, and I am for staying the course and being cautious. And if it means 6 more months, it means 6 more months. And I believe that our public will understand, and I believe that our public will want us to remain as solvent as we can. So I'm definitely for number 3, but I'm against numbers 1 and 2, with all due respect to the staff. And it hurts me to even make this recommendation, Narup, because I want to see y'all fully staffed and being able to move forward. So that's my position.
Okay, other comments? Vice Mayor Kendall, did you want to speak?
Sure, I understand, Cam. I think if we are going to push forward with our general plan, getting that transportation engineer is going to be important. Otherwise, we'll pay for consultants, right? And consultants are expensive. And so if we are going to push ahead with that, I think that is unfortunately a pretty important piece of the puzzle, especially with Chuck now gone. And so I could understand, some of the other arguments, but I think getting that traffic engineer is going to be important to us and will probably save us money. If we're going to go ahead with the general plan update, it'll be cheaper to have a person here than to hire consultants. So that's a thought.
Okay, other council members? Councilmember Geringer.
Well, we're speaking to the traffic engineer position. The other point I think to be made, and first of all, I personally don't think that it's over, and read probably a lot of the same. I know you have some other resources, but see a lot of the information, and am very, very much hoping that people do everything we have to do to continue to be able to reopen, but know that as we're going into flu season and all of those things, that there's an opportunity, a real likelihood that we will see some surges again. The position, the traffic engineer position, I almost said planner. Also, the thing to note is that it's 50% funded from Measure J, and those funds are from the return to source dollars. And currently, those dollars are still going to be coming back in the same way that they have been set to come in. So I support adding that position for the reasons that Vice Mayor Kendall pointed out in terms of the general plan work, also in terms of the loss of the free traffic engineering that we've been getting, and then also for a lot of the public safety work that we're looking at. There's an opportunity to continue those pilot studies in Burton Valley and around the other schools. And even though we don't know what's going to happen on October 13th with our local schools, I feel like we should be planning for those improvements as well. So I'll wait and speak to the other items. I do agree on the cuts. I want to hear a little bit more on the COLA. I want to thank staff. I personally know that everybody who's still working, even if you're working from your bedroom, your downstairs office, wherever you're working from, everyone, you are all working harder I believe, than you were before. And so if we can figure out a way, to add that back in as well. And I would hate to take it away, but, look at it again in December. We looked at this in June at all of the cuts, and staff agreed to, so I'm moving into the COLA, even though I said I wasn't going to, but staff, stepped up to look at it when we said, okay, we've had this, we don't know where it's really going to end up, but we know that we need to make cuts. And I believe that in December, staff would come back and do that again, or January, February, March, when we start to understand the impact on 2021 as we go into those second and third and fourth quarters. So I think I'm leaning toward supporting all three of them, the recommendations, but am interested in, having the discussion, because I hear you, Councilmember Burks.
Okay, Councilmember Bliss.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Anderson. So as others have said, thank you, Tracy, for the presentation and the information, and Jennifer as well. Throughout this whole, period over the last 6 and 7 months, the finance team has done a great job of keeping us apprised of various scenarios, giving us up-to-date information. It's really been valuable to us as a council. I agree entirely with Councilmember Burks in the sense that it's not over. Like others, I fear that there could be a resurgence this fall. And as Councilmember Burks noted, it's already happening in certain parts of the country that kind of had it under control. I mean, there are certain things that I'm hopeful about, if I could use that word, heading into 2021. Kind of big picture, it's way too early to say, but there is, I hold out some hope that we actually by January could have any federal response of any type to the pandemic, because there's been nothing thus far, and that would be helpful to us as a local community. But all that said, I think we're entirely right to be conservative. And I think that's been the guidance that we've gotten from staff, and I appreciate that. That said, just to take them one at a time, I entirely support 3. I don't think anybody is arguing against this idea of maintaining the cuts and then revisiting in December. Again, I totally share the concerns about being really mindful and conservative about our dollars. But to me, I think a COLA is something I would absolutely support. If you look at it, $55,000 in the context of what we have in reserves, it's not a huge amount of money. And I think it sends, a really important message to staff to reinstate that. I think everybody on this, on council realizes if you don't do a COLA, it's essentially a budget, essentially a pay cut year to year if you don't do a COLA in real terms. So I would entirely support that. And I want to echo the point that was made about how hard staff is working. I think we all see it. Nobody, even if we don't support the COLA, nobody on council, I think, questions how hard staff is working. It's just, I'm not aware, from the times that I get emails throughout the week, I'm not aware of any moment at which staff isn't working. And I have no idea when they sleep. So I really appreciate the hard work staff has done. And I would entirely support number 2. Although, as Councilmember Geringer said, I certainly welcome the discussion, and I'm open to the discussion. And I think for the reasons I already noted, again, mindful that we need to be conservative going forward, I would be comfortable, although again, open to the discussion, I would be comfortable supporting recommendation 1 as well. I think these are some critical hires at a time that we'll be asking a lot of the team, particularly on the general plan update, that we've all agreed is really critical to the city. So that's where I'm at right now, based on the information we have. Thank you.
Okay, well, I think there's a lot of good points raised by all the council members. The most salient one, I think, is the fact that staff have been working really, really hard. And for me, the way this presentation has been laid out for us, it's a snapshot of the experience that we've had through the pandemic from its beginning, our assessment of what we were going to do to deal with it, and where we are at a point where it's beginning to ease, but it may very well go right back to where it was before. So in a sense, it's almost like one half of the experience that we've already gone through that could repeat itself. And yet in that first half, we've managed to accumulate almost $1 million of additional revenue to work with to possibly make some improvements or possibly pay back the staff who gave us 1.25% of their wages in recognition of the problem that we're going to have going into the pandemic. So I'm quite supportive of having the COLA reinstatement. I have no problem with that. It's $55,000. Given the amount of money we're finding that we've made over what we'd estimated, I think that's a pretty small amount. When it comes to the staff positions, clearly the traffic engineer is important, and clearly the planning staff is important. We're about to go into the general plan process. That's going to be very, very intensive. And it's going to take a lot of work on that particular process. And meanwhile, there'll still be projects coming in the front door that are going to need planning work that comes from people who are building and making changes. So I think those two particular positions, I think, are important to get rolling now. Now, what I wasn't clear on, Tracy, and I think the question for you, your recommendation is basically to fill all the open positions, but you mentioned really the traffic engineer and the planner. Is that what you would start out with, or is that just the two you mentioned and the rest will all go on at the same time?
So you have correctly identified that the two critical positions we feel, and the ones that are putting the most stress on staff not being filled, are the traffic engineer and the planning technician. So I would start out by recruiting for those first. We probably will not be able to get somebody on board before January 1. And then just remember those positions are budgeted right now. So the budget you're seeing and that you approved that had the $950,000 worth of cuts already had those positions only cut for 6 months. So yes, regarding the front desk receptionist and the police services assistant, I think we would hold off on those positions. I think front desk receptionist, I think that there's certainly some things that position does that are important that Joanne is picking up right now. A lot of that is scanning and documenting, but we've spoken, and I think maybe that would be more appropriate when we've actually opened the office back up and we're getting people in the office. So I think what we asked for was to recruit those two first, and then give Narup the flexibility to work with the department heads on filling the other positions sort of as is appropriate. I already mentioned the assistant recreation coordinator position doesn't affect the general fund. It probably won't be filled. And then the police services assistant, we are down to one right now. And that position actually is she's on a 6-month contract that we just extended. So potentially we could move her to just the regular full-time position. We would have another position open. And I think the chief has currently sort of been filling that with his temporaries. But again, he could potentially do service cuts. But that's a long answer to your question. But yes, Narup, you want to?
I just wanted to add that, and it's a point that Tracy has already made, that these positions, the three vacancies that happened after you adopted the budget are already budgeted for the entire fiscal year. And the two positions that we froze when you adopted the budget are budgeted starting January 1. So it is not an increase in expenditures that we are asking for. Rather, it is to restore one person in each department so that we can go back to providing the levels of service that that the public is used to. And thank you for recognizing, and we've had internal conversations. The engineering and planning positions are the most needed at this point. The public has been waiting patiently for certain pilot projects in transportation. And then we're doing the general plan, the major work of the general plan in-house. We don't have a consultant doing the general plan for us. So the loss of one person on that team is significant at this time because we are getting applications in every day. So just to reiterate, it's not additional expenditures, rather the use of already budgeted funds to fill positions.
Okay, and Nirup, I just have a question follow up on that. So if we went with authorizing you to do those first two important positions, traffic engineer and planning tech, and then requested that you wait until December to get a final read from the council on whether they're supportive of going forward, is that an acceptable option?
I think it is an acceptable option. If I do find that police or Joanne is taking up far more than they can handle, I'll be back before December to you.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, I would certainly support something like that. I think that we have a couple of critical positions that would be essential to start a process quickly so we can move ahead on things going into the next year. And then having the city manager come back probably in December, when you will have at least one, possibly two new council members to take a look at the situation at that point and decide if there's a concern that we need to hold back or if we can begin to actually go after this other position. So I think we have talked around the question of traffic engineer. Other thoughts about the traffic planner and the COLA? Vice Mayor Kandel, any feelings about that?
About the planning technician, you mean? Yes,
Yes.
I'm for the planning technician and I am for the COLA.
Okay, Council Member Burks, any thoughts? What do you think?
I'm still a no. I mean, it crushes me to vote against a COLA, but millions, tens of millions of people don't have jobs right now because of this pandemic. And the sacrifices that our staff have given have been admirable. And I love every single one of them. But how can we, when I hear terms like going back or going forward and, moving forward with these plans that we had in place, that it smacks of, it's business as usual. We're moving towards business. We're not. I mean, I just don't think that's responsible. And where is the fiscal conservatism that has actually made Lafayette, what it is today? I don't hear that tonight. I haven't heard it in a long time. And other than when we made the original cuts. And, what does, if we have to delay our general plan work by a matter of months because we're in the worst crisis in our lifetimes, then we delay it by a couple of months. If we don't have the right one staff member is gonna be the fulcrum of our general plan, that concerns me as well. I know how important the position is. I certainly know how important it is, and I know how hard Mike's been working and I mean, I'm the Lone Ranger here. I know how you guys are going to vote, so you might as well make a motion. I'm going to be voting it against all of the recommendations.
Well, Councilmember Burks, I always appreciate your insight and your opinion. So it's good to hear that as we go into this, regardless of where we seem to be landing.
Thanks.
Okay, other comments or thoughts by council members? And if not, Councilmember Geringer?
I just wanted to clarify that it's two positions that we believe are relevant to the general plan as well. The planning associate and the traffic engineer. I just am clarifying that those two positions. Okay, thank you. I see general nodding of heads.
Okay, any other thoughts or comments from council members? Do I have a motion?
Okay, I can make a motion. So I make a motion that we authorize the city manager to start recruitments for the two positions, the traffic engineer and the planning technician, and wait until December for the other positions. Restore the 1.25% COLA retroactively, and maintain all of the budget cuts that we made in June 2020.
Okay. Are there any questions of the motion? All right. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Bliss. Any discussion? All right. We'll call the question. Councilmember Burks,
No.
Vice Mayor Candell,
Aye.
Councilmember Bliss,
Aye.
Councilmember Geringer,
Aye.
and I'm a yes. It's 4-1, and that motion passes. So once again, thanks to the staff for all the work. I think the COLA restoration is something that indicates our appreciation, and hopefully we can also get started on those two positions. So thank you very much for the report. Okay, with that, we will move to item 13A, which is a resolution of support of Latino Heritage Month. Are there any questions or comments from council members? Okay, then do we have any public comments on this item?
I do have one public comment from Michael Cass, so I am letting him in. There he is. So Michael, you're unmuted.
It's actually Lynn Cass, not Michael Cass.
Well, welcome.
Can't get my video thing there. Okay. Mayor Anderson, city council members, I want to thank you for your consideration to issue a proclamation declaring the period of September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month in Lafayette. I became aware of this from a post on City Council candidate Gina Dawson's Facebook page, which prompted me to do a little research so I could better understand the significance of this. Hispanic Americans have played a very important role historically, both in our history and in our culture, as well as in service to our country and to the community. It's my hope that as part of the city's ongoing discussions regarding diversity and inclusivity, that you'll issue a proclamation for Hispanic Heritage Month. In addition, at upcoming meetings, I also hope that you will consider designating October as Disability Employment Awareness Month, which is celebrating its 75th anniversary nationally, and November as Native American Heritage Month. These actions will further demonstrate the city's commitment to diversity under all of your leadership.
Thank you, Ms. Cass. Are there any questions for the speaker?
No, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Cass, thank you very much. We appreciate your comments and your efforts in this matter.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'll bring it back unless there's other public comments. Any other public comments?
No, Mayor.
Okay, bring it back to the council. Any discussion? And if no discussion, do I have a motion?
It says discuss and direct, but we're making a motion to approve this and to
Yes.
have the mayor. Okay.
Yes.
I am happy to make the motion having a proclamation recognizing September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month in Lafayette.
Okay, do I have a
Second.
second?
I second.
Second by Vice Mayor Candell. Okay. Any discussion? We'll call the question. Councilmember Burks,
Aye.
Councilmember Bliss,
Aye.
Councilmember Geringer,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Candell,
Aye.
and I'm a yes, so it's unanimous, and we'll get this proclamation signed. So, very good. Thank you very much. And thank you to Ms. Cass for bringing this to our attention.
Mhm.
Okay, with that, we'll move to public hearings. Nancy Tran is going to walk us through the item.
Okay, I'm moving Nancy over. Should be here in a minute.
Okay.
There she is. So Nancy, can you unmute yourself? There you go.
Hi.
Hello there. Let me just share my screen.
We're ready for your item.
I think she's trying to share her screen, so.
Okay.
You see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
We can barely hear you though.
I'll move closer to the computer. Good evening, City Councilors. Nancy Tran, Planning Department staff. The item before you is the appeal of HDP 0719 Ready, submitted by Alexander Zat Chulos, representing neighbors Kelly, Dunn, Miller, Garofalo, Lemlin, Petcher, Kwan, Chang, Ingram, and Smith. The appeal concerns the Planning Commission's July 20th, 2020 EIR certification and project approval for the construction of a 2,850 gross square foot two-story home at 3933 Quail Ridge Road. The subject lot is steep and slopes downward with a 100-foot elevation difference from the northwest to southeast. The 1.1 acre lot is currently vacant with the prior home located on site demolished in 1997 as a result of a 3.7 acre landslide that affected just over a half dozen properties in Quail Ridge Road, which is a private road. Quail Ridge Road was stabilized with a tieback wall and reinforced between 1999 and 2001. A few years later, the pumping system installed during the road repair failed and reactivated the landslide below in 2005. The pump system and the road were both repaired, but the landslide below was not. This is the area and the properties affected by the landslide. Since the lot is constrained by the zoning district setbacks, required ridgeline setback, landslide area, and steep topography, construction is proposed at the northeast corner of the lot. The Planning Commission reviewed 3 preliminary siting and massing designs submitted by the applicant. Of the 3, the Commission approved alternative A, which is the smallest of the 3 options, has the least amount of area, cantilevered over the slide mast area, and would not require any variances. This configuration maintains a reasonably sized home and would require the removal of less trees. A focused EIR was prepared after it was determined that impacts to geology and soils were found to be potentially significant. Upon further review of geology and soils, which include 15 geological and geotechnical investigations and peer reviews dating from 1997 to 2019, it's listed in this table. The EIR concluded that the project's potentially significant adverse environmental effects were found to be less than significant with implementation of required mitigation measures and conditions of approval. The appeal letter submitted raises 4 issues for which I'll provide a brief summary of staff responses. Issue number 1, the project is unable to comply with both mandatory C3 stormwater management and mitigation measure GO2A and owner self-monitoring of erosion post-construction is inadequate mitigation measure to prevent on-site landside reactivation due to soil saturation. Mitigation measure GO2 requires, just a summary of it, it requires on-site drainage system to capture all new impervious surface runoff from the project to prevent it from entering into the soils surrounding the building site, specifically the landslide area. While this eliminates stormwater control options listed in C3I that involved water permeation, the project can still comply through the use of cisterns and rain bales, or alternatively designing on-site drainage to meet more restrictive standards, such as those found in section C3C, low impact development, like flow through planters. The treatment of impermeable runoff is also listed as a condition of approval number 24, which requires city engineer review for C3 compliance and erosion control measures prior to grading permit issuance. With respect to owner self-monitoring, condition approval number 18 requires ongoing landslide monitoring and maintenance post-construction by a qualified professional. Reports are required to ensure slide stability and document necessary maintenance performed and/or any remediation measures to the city engineer's satisfaction. For issue number 2, it raised the potential impacts from hazardous landslides in EIR impact GO1. It questions the accuracy of the characterization of shears identified as tectonic. The EIR's analysis of the potential landslide and conclusions regarding the shears being tectonic in nature is based on a thorough review of geologic information, published regional geological site-specific geotechnical reports, the peer review process, and discussions with professionals previously involved in the project. This staff response in the report was prepared with the assistance of engineering consultant Kevin Ryan, who will provide further clarification on his response and also respond to the late comments that were submitted today by the appellant. Issue number 3, a lack of an appropriate enforcement mechanism for potential damage to the road. The EIR found that the project has less than significant impact to utilities and service systems. The physical road condition is not part of the EIR analysis, but a supplemental response prepared by the CEQA consultant Rincon estimated that project construction would reduce the design life of the road by approximately 0.16% and thus would not be a significant impact. This analysis, the analysis supporting this was forwarded to council earlier today, and the applicant as well as the appellant. With respect to enforcement, the city does not have the authority to enforce conditions for the road repair or maintenance since the project exists on a private road. Issue number 4, potential impacts from hazardous landslide to existing homes are inadequately addressed. The mitigation measures defer impacts on existing residences to the design review phase, and they also raise concern regarding proposed cantilever design of the project. The project is only required to mitigate impacts of the project on the environment. However, since there is potential for the project construction to contribute to landside reactivation, Impact GO1 of the draft of the EIR analyzes the project's potential to directly or indirectly cause potential substantial adverse impacts, which could affect downslope properties. The GO1 mitigation measure would ensure landside reactivation does not occur as a result of the project construction to protect downslope residences from landslides or result in earthquake-induced landslides. Overall, mitigation measure GO1 requires far more than just the review and approval by the city of a geotechnical report, and given this, does not unreasonably and improperly defer mitigation of the project's potential impacts. Staff forwarded to council comments, a comment by Alexandra Zakjulos and received after the Planning Commission deadline to be included as part of the City Council record. No public comment regarding the appeal was received since publication of the staff report to City Council. Staff did receive last-minute letters from the applicant and appellant today, which were forwarded to Council. Staff recommends adopting Resolution 2020-16 certifying the EIR and adopting Resolution 2020-37 upholding the Planning Commission approval subject to conditions including mitigation measures. This concludes my presentation. I'll now pass it on to Kevin Ryan, the CEQA Engineering Geologist Consultant, who will respond orally to issue number 2 and additional comments raised in the letter received at 4:30 today from the appellant. Should the commission have any questions or require additional clarification, I'm available to respond along with the engineering geologist Kevin Ryan, special CEQA counsel Sarah Alsowitz of Best Krieger, CEQA consultants Darcy Kremen and Eileen Mahoney, as well as city engineer Matt Lectra.
Okay, you waiting for me, Nancy? Hi, my name is Kevin Ryan. I'm an engineering geologist based out of Orinda. I helped Rincon Consultants put together the EIR. Thank you for having me. Enjoy your town very much. There's 2 things I'd like to clarify that are questions brought up by the neighborhood. You know, one is really, what are these shears and their classification as being tectonic in nature or what? You know, there's a lot of science behind how us geologists classify things. And, you know, we've broken all that down into really 3 main categories. We look at active faults, we look at landslide plains, and then we have this whole plethora of other things that have moved around from these big regional tectonic forces. And we call those tectonic shears. So we've classified the shears as being tectonic in nature, not being a landslide, based on all the information that's out there and personal discussions with the geologists that looked at these shears in the hole. The question that was brought up today I received it at 6:45, I believe, was that could one of these deeper shears at 68 feet deep that was identified in an investigation by, oh gosh, I'm blanking on the gentleman's name at the moment, but it was, oh gosh, anyway, he hired Jim Joyce to log the hole. What they did is there was questions brought on early if there was some kind of geologic feature underneath this little spur ridge that is proposed to be developed that could be part of a landslide. Downhole logging is basically a geologist goes to a bird cage. We're lowered down into a big shaft, and we're able to specifically look at the features in the ground. We'll look for slide planes, look for faults, and look for other shears and defects. In this case, at 68 feet, 66 to 68 feet on a dipping plane, the geologist at the time identified a tectonic shear zone that was 1.5 inches thick. It was oriented dipping to the northeast at about 47 degrees. We've referred to that as dipping uphill. The discussion of the downhill direction for landslides and the direction of shears is very important. When we look at the shears in these borings and we say they're dipping in the upslope direction, it's because they're dipping away from the general direction of landsliding in that area. So the recent question, and I'm sorry I don't have a more elaborate way to describe this in the 20 minutes I had to review it before the meeting. You have a dipping plane that sits very steeply to the east. It's 47 degrees dip. Every foot you go this way, that plane becomes a foot deeper, okay? So where this shear was identified at a depth of 68 feet, by the time you move over onto the adjacent lot at the base of this east-facing slope that they're reporting in the recent letter, that shear is 170 feet deep. Take away the 40 foot of the little spur ridge slope, it's 125 feet deep. That's twice the depth of any slide in this area. And that shear continues on in basically forever, for lack of a better term. And if I had time to respond to this, we could have a nice cross-section, a graphic that shows this pretty simply. So for those shears at that depth to form into a new landslide, you have to have a significant change in a lot of things. And one would be the ground to the east. Another would be some major earthquake action, which we always have, but we don't have anything that's going to trigger a new landslide in that area to cut across geologic structure to get to this feature that's 100 and something feet deep in some places. So when I understand there's a lot of animosity to have the project, and there's a lot of, or not animosity, that's probably the wrong word. I want to say objection to the project, because there's a massive landslide there, and there's a massive landslide that's documented, and it's wiped out a home, and it's not stabilized, and it's going to continue to move. The structure of the hillside that they want to develop on, this little piece in the corner, is not part of those existing landslides. It's a piece of ground that has kind of stood up over time in between some landslides maybe, or in between a lot of erosion. But to form a new landslide that gets to this depth, to use these this shear as a slide plane, it just doesn't happen. It hasn't happened anywhere in this region that I know of at those depths. We always look at these shears as their orientation, and their depth means something. You know, their orientation means something. At some point, their depth gets to a critical point where it just doesn't become feasible anymore. And your potential for these failures on deep features that aren't existing landslides, it just becomes so remote, the possibility is not there. And for lack of better, more time to really respond to it, it's hard to imagine a new feature forming at that depth and utilizing that feature because of that feature. It just doesn't make sense. So I don't know if that provides any clarity, or maybe muddies the water up in your mind if you don't understand where we were on that. I kind of jumped right into the last topic because I don't have a lot of time. But it's just, I think looking at these deep shears at 66 to 68 feet is forming a new landslide is really kind of a stretch. I think the applicant's engineer, Mr. Kropp, could probably give you a lot better engineering explanation of the forces that are required to do that. But we just don't have those forces going on right now. So that's really about all I have to say.
Okay, is there any more to the staff presentation? Ms. Tran?
No.
Okay. Are there any questions of staff from the council? Okay, I can't, Vice Mayor Kandel?
Sure. I had a couple of questions. Thank you, Mr. Ryan, for that explanation, because I was going to go right there. So
It's a lot of arm waving, but
well, but you kind of, you definitely explain a little more, because there was some controversy over this topic, and geoforensics and NOP, and then now you weighing into that's an important piece of this puzzle. So I do, actually, I'm as concerned about that earthquake, but now I'm not as much anymore. But I'm also really concerned about the storm water and all the water coming off of this site and the monitoring of that. Can you guys talk about that a little more? So it's going to take an elaborate system, I guess, to get all of the water back up to the street, because you don't want any water going down the hill, right? That's a big no-no on this particular site for obvious reasons. And so there is a kind of a controversy. It's like, well, you're going to have this pervious, surfaces in some places, but then that kind of goes against it, because you don't want pervious, you want impervious, and then you have to pump it back up to the street. Is that how I'm understanding this facility, how they're having to manage it here?
I'm going to defer this to Darcy, but Tracy can upgrade her too as a panelist, please.
Okay, hold on a second. And just so
I'm
you
also
know, we
do we have
lost Steve.
Councilmember Bliss
Yeah, he said that his computer rebooted. He's coming back, he says.
Okay.
And Darcy, can you raise your hand so I can find you? Oh, there, somebody else did you? Okay.
Darcy, if you could just pause for a second, maybe we could wait for a
I
minute.
think we should have a council present, otherwise we, you know, it doesn't make any sense.
That's what I was just
So
gonna.
we'll just take a break.
Well, I was gonna say, I can't answer the question.
Okay, well, wait on that answer until we can find our other council member.
But
Well,
while
we're
we're-
just,
okay. I was going to say, while we're waiting on that, though, can we, I have similar questions and by
So the
not-
problem is that if we have testimony at this point or people making statements,
there we
and
go.
we have Councilmember
he's
Bliss
back.
back.
He's
But
back.
the key is that if he's not present, then he doesn't get the information. So we have to stop and then wait until he gets back. So
I
now that we have
understood
him
that.
back,
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure we had somebody at some point who would be able to answer.
we're going to go through them one by one. So Vice Mayor Kendall asked a question about meeting the C3 stormwater requirements on this site. And I think Ms. Kremen?
Kremen, Darcy Kremen, Rincon
Yes.
Consultants. Yes. So we led the CEQA effort, writing the draft EIR. What you're asking though is a very technical civil engineering type question. So we worked with the city, the civil engineers and the planners to write the mitigation measure. The mitigation measure that I believe we would be looking at is GO 2A and 2B, the 2B, the landscape irrigation. And a lot of these things have to be designed by your civil engineers. The applicant's civil engineers team has to design it. The city has to review it, make sure that it works. This is not something we can, put our stamp on.
I see. Okay, so that it will have to, like you're saying, it's going to have to work because our city's going to sign off on it in terms of the design and everything. And so it will be hopefully foolproof by that measure, right? Okay, that's fine.
As any other plans, right? Anything that has to be signed off on by Public Works, you have to have those plans signed off on.
Okay, so that leads into the next question: is the long-term survival or the efficacy of that system being inspected by the homeowner. Is that something that we have done in the past, or is that unique to this particular site?
Yeah, I think that might be a question for staff.
It might be a question for staff, I'm
Yeah,
thinking.
okay. Ms. Tran?
The city engineer is also as an attendee.
Oh, good. Oh, super.
He'll be able to answer the question.
So I'm sorry, who do you need, Nancy?
Matt Luttrup
Okay.
or Mike Moran.
Oh, Matt, here's Matt coming. So I'm promoting Matt right now. Well, I don't see Mike Moran. We'll see if Matt, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Matt.
Okay, Vice Mayor Kendall, maybe you can ask your question again. We've got Matt on the
Sure.
line.
Okay, so so it sounds like the manner in which to get all the stormwater and so I'm not so concerned about the irrigation, but the stormwater and any other wastewater from this site back up to the street. And it'll be a designed system. You'll have to approve it. I understand that and trust that you guys will do a nice job on that. It was the long-term stability of that, or efficacy of that actual system is going to be maintained by the homeowner. And I was just wondering if that is something that we have done in the past, or is that kind of unique for this particular project?
If it's a C3 type system like a bioretention facility or flow.
Matt, we can't really hear you very well. Can you get closer or turn up your volume?
I'm using my headphones, so hopefully they're working.
That's a little better.
A little better? Okay, I'll just talk
Yeah.
louder. How's that?
There you go. That'll do.
So essentially, the design will probably include flow-through bioretention facilities. And right now, flow-through bioretention facilities and C3 bioretention planters are required to be inspected every single year. These currently are inspected by the county. So the applicant has to get a grading permit to have the county grading inspector come out and inspect the facilities each year. If anything's wrong with them, they're given a notice of what they need to fix, and then they're re-inspected. And this is a operation and maintenance agreement that is recorded on the title of the property. So even if the current owner sells their property, the new owner has to comply with these requirements as well, forever.
And they'll be inspecting your, that means the whole system, all the stormwater issues get inspected once a year by the county.
Well, they're just inspecting the bio retention system. So the flow through planters, in this case is what they'll probably use, would be inspected. We've never inspected all the rest of the system, like the roof leaders and discharge to ultimate discharge to a storm drain facility. I don't believe we've ever inspected any of that. So I'm not sure if there's necessarily a mechanism in place for that.
So have we ever had a system like this then in the city?
One that was sensitive to a landslide type situation? No.
Okay, right. Right, but thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, other questions from council members of staff? Councilmember Burks.
On maintenance, one of my concerns in looking through all of this and driving up there is the fact that the road is private, and some of the degradation may occur to the road, which could create larger issues for that residential neighborhood. Does the city? It's a private road, so is that correct? It is a private road. Okay, that's what I thought. Nancy, right? So if that occurs, does the city have can the city weigh in at all, or is that a neighborhood issue that would have to be worked out with all of the neighbors and the owner of the house that the actual degradation's actually coming from?
Yes, it would be a private matter for all those that are a part of that private road.
So how concerned are you that the road is private, given this project?
In terms of,
It's a staff question in terms of volatility to the hillside.
I'm not quite sure I understand your question.
How can if it was a public road, would you feel more comfortable with this project?
Based on the Rincon's analysis earlier about the degradation of the street, it's very minimal. It would have less than significant impacts. But if there's any degradation to the street, then if it's a public street, then we can have some sort of enforcement. But because it's private, then that enforcement has to be determined between all the owners on that street.
Okay, how about during the construction phase of the house itself? I guess so the county would come in during inspection and inspect the construction, but would not inspect areas around the construction, or would they? Would they look for ground movement? Would they look for other things?
No.
Okay, and my final question is, is it your sense that the neighbors in that area, the appellants, would not be comfortable with any home or structure built on this parcel?
I believe so.
Okay, and that is because of the landslide risk. That's a yes. Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions of staff from council members? Okay.
Oh, I want, actually one,
Okay, hold on. Okay, Councilmember Bliss.
Thank you, Mayor Anderson. And I just want to say sorry that I dropped off there for a little bit. My computer just unexpectedly just restarted a
A
moment ago.
likely story. Okay.
Right. Anyway, so my apologies. I just had a question picking up on just sort of the line of questioning regarding the private road. And we might have to go back to the map for this, but the ownership, the private ownership of that stretch of road on which the house will be located, what's kind of I know this isn't the right term, but kind of the catchment area of properties that basically own that, is it basically all those sort of parcels adjacent to that stretch of road, or which are the properties that sort of all maintain that road? Like what area is it along that road that maintains it?
we can't hear you.
Ms. Tran, you are muted. If you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
I believe it's from this dead end all the way down to this intersection.
Okay.
If I may interject, it's not quite to that intersection.
Okay. So from that dead end all the way sort of partly around the bend, basically there as we're heading east, essentially. Is that right? Is that right? Okay. And is that the street that's coming in to the right there beyond the private, is that Robley, or is that, which road is that that's coming in? That's Robley? Okay. Okay, great. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Candell?
Sure. So two little follow-up questions that based on Councilmember Burks and Bliss's comments. First for Councilmember Burks. So the landslide exists and it spans the 6 properties. And it says that it's expected to continue to erode or creep. Is there any way to do kind of to understand if this house is impacting that creep? Is there any way to baseline kind of how much creep is going on? And then all of a sudden, if there's a sudden increase, I don't know. Are there any metrics like that out there?
So Vice Mayor Candell, who are you asking that question of?
I guess it would be either Rincon or either the EIR or
I think that's
MAP.
probably a question for me.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
So the landslide is not going to stop moving.
Right.
It's been moving since it first started, and it's probably been moving for thousands of years. You could have them put in what we call slope inclinometers that are a pipe that go on the ground. You can measure the rate of deformation of a landslide and the rate of movement. It's limited to a few inches before the pipe shears off. So you're kind of limited in being able to get that data. I think the condition of approval that was put on it was to separate the building pad from the moving landslide or any potential for that landslide to regress any farther into the building pad. So you could monitor the slide. I don't know what it gets you. You could monitor the road. That would get you some information on how the road's performing at the top of the slide, but that's the old repair. So I think as it stands, the mitigation measures to separate the building pad from the moving slide are what you need. And monitoring the slide, I don't know how far that's going to get you.
How expensive would you say, or would, if we wanted to do that, how expensive are those things?
To put inclinometers in the slide itself, you're probably looking at $100,000 for the investigation, drilling, permitting, getting access road down there, you're probably looking at $10,000 to $15,000 a year in monitoring. In 5 years, if the slide moves up to 3 inches, you're going through that again to replace them. You know, we kind of look at those slides as they're going to keep going, and if you don't fix it, there's nothing you can do about it. And just the only mitigation is to separate the building from it and allow it to continue.
So what about monitoring the road?
Right.
How? Oh, so that incline monitors. Oh, you said you could also monitor the road.
Well, I mean, you could put inclinometers up at the top in the street and not down in the slide, because the street was part of the original slide, and you could see if that increased. But I don't know if that's the city's responsibility, or if that's the neighborhood's responsibility.
No, I'm just asking. Yeah, just in general. I'm not assuming responsibility by anybody. I'm just kind of.
Well, to put them in, you know, I mean, you could do those things, but it's very expensive.
So even the one in the road is expensive as compared to down in the slide. Okay, same for the slide. Okay.
So I'm referring to putting in a few, not just one. So that the number I put out there wasn't for one instrument. It's kind of, it probably would have included everything.
Okay, sounds. Thank you. So the other one was following on Councilmember Bliss's. Who paid for the street and the hill fix after the landslide? Who paid for that street fix? Does anybody know?
Ms. Tran, can you lead on this?
Don't have the answer to that.
Okay, maybe the applicant, they may come on and I can ask them. Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have any other questions of council members of staff? Okay, sounds good. So with that, we're going to open the public hearing and we will start with the applicant's presentation of up to 10 minutes. And that will be followed by the appellant's presentation of up to 10 minutes. And then we'll have public comments, 3 minutes each. Then appellant rebuttal and applicant rebuttal, 5 minutes each. So we're now starting the process of the public hearing. So we'll do a quick vote on opening the public hearing. Do I have a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Do I have a second? We'll vote. Vice Mayor Bliss, Vice Mayor Campbell.
Aye.
Councilmember Bliss.
Aye.
Councilmember Geringer.
Aye.
Councilmember Burks.
Aye.
And I'm a yes, so we'll open the public hearing. All right, so it's the applicant's presentation, 10 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to be moving over Ravi Reddy and Alan Crop. So, let's see, Ravi Reddy. Can Alan raise his hand? Oops.
Hello. Can you hear me?
There he is. Yes.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ravi Reddy. I'm appearing on behalf of the applicant. Yes, we also have our project engineer, Alan Crop, who is present as well, I believe. There he is. And I'm going to refer most.
Mr. Reddy, we can't see you. I don't know if that's your choice.
Yeah, I have a problem with my connections, and I tried the video and it was very spotty. So I apologize, but I will be audio only.
That's fine.
If that's all right.
That's fine.
And most of the issues surrounding the current application and have to do with the safety and building on the site. Of course, it was a phase 1 application for siting and massing. Most of the issues have all surround technical issues, so I will defer our presentation to Mr. Crop to answer any other questions or give you more clarity. The only point that I would like to make is that we're very satisfied with the very methodical and careful approach that the Planning Commission has taken. We've been, the applicant has been working on this, I think it's close to 10 years now, and it's not something we're trying to rush through. There's been a lot of robust engineering, a lot of expense has been taken. In fact, the ownership of the property exceeds most of the neighbors that are actually the project opponents, which is kind of ironic. So this is not something where someone is trying to build a house here and then destabilize the neighborhood. Absolutely not. That would be of not of any benefit to the actual owner or anyone building and putting an investment there. My only point, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Crop. Actually, I'll go back one step. We had proposed, we had a proposed massing that required some variances. It was a very interesting design architecturally. It stepped down the hill. It was not very boxy. I kind of liked it. However, it did require some variances, and it was spread out across the building envelope a little bit more. We had our alternative A that was approved, and this requires no variances. It's a very creative design, and actually we're quite happy with the option of proceeding in that fashion. I just want to draw attention to the fact a lot of issues have been raised about, you know, C3 stormwater and drainage mitigation issues and water management issues. Those are most certainly and very clearly civil engineering issues. Once this moves to a design phase, like after design review or during design review, the applicant would most certainly work with the city engineer. It's something to be dealt at a later stage, and it's designed specifically to dealing with the final design that we develop. Another really important point is to consider what is the existing situation of that property. Whenever it rains and there's a flash flood, all the water is just flowing over all parts of the property, just flowing right down into the bowl of where the actual active landslide is from all different directions. Now, when a house is actually constructed there with drainage measures and in place, you get an active system that results in an improvement to the building area. And this is something that I really want to point home, and I'm going to turn it over to our project engineer, Alan Crop, to sort of further explain that any issues regarding the improvement of the site itself by the development. So Mr. Crop, may I pass it to you?
Sure, glad to help. I'm Alan Crop, geotechnical engineer from Berkeley for a long time. And I've done lots and lots of landslide work. I won't bore you with background details. As a practicing engineer, having worked on hundreds of landslides, you must respect a landslide, you must understand it, and you must deal with it well. I was there when the original big landslide happened in the 90s, and I believe I have a fairly good understanding of that one. It's big, it's massive, it's not economical to stop. The road construction was quite expensive to stabilize it. I think that was paid for out of the litigation that ensued. And I think the road will continue to function well, but the slide will keep moving. The little triangle, as we might call it, has not moved. And so the concept is, how can we keep it there while the other slide keeps moving? There's been a lot of study, including the downhole logging, to characterize very carefully the geology. I think Kevin has done an excellent job presenting some of the complexity of that. But the bottom line is, in essence, the area is stable, has been that way, and by doing an amazingly robust foundation system that we're now proposing, we think it will stay that way. It is a way of isolating that stable ground from the very unstable ground in the landslide that's moving. There are massive deep elements horizontally and vertically tied into the hill to keep it in place. I won't reiterate what Kevin was talking about, but the shears that have been registered as a concern would require, in essence, the lot to move into the northeast direction. That's the way they would kind of go along a shear plane. That's going away from where the big slide is. and any other drainage features. By the time, if it wanted to move that direction, it's going to be well below those. So the idea is, how can we keep it separate and stable? And that's what the design is, we believe, is accomplishing by having a stabilization wall that's separate from the house, and then robust foundations for the house as well. Glad to answer any other questions that any folk would like to ask.
Okay, so does that conclude the applicant's presentation?
Yes,
Okay.
I will reserve any other further comments to later stages or questions.
Okay, fine. Let's see if there's any questions for the applicant and his professional, Vice Mayor Kendall.
Oh, yeah, thank you for your reports. So a couple things you mentioned about who I was asking about who paid to fix the road, and you mentioned that it was by a litigation. If you can you give us, do you know what the history of that was? Just to give us some more content.
Well, I was one of the people involved for that lot during the litigation. So, you know, when you have a big landslide and a lot of impacted properties like this, there's lots of legal people, lots of insurance people, lots of engineers and geologists. And so it was a very large litigation because it's a very large slide. Oftentimes, near the end, the engineers don't know who paid exactly how much for things. So I can't tell you which were the sources of the funds, but I'm sure a number of entities paid for that. And I wasn't involved during the actual repair. So I'm not even sure the exact cost, but there was a large litigation and it took several years to work through the process before that road was stabilized.
If I may chime in on that, basically in a nutshell, it was all the neighborhood that ended up paying for this.
Through their insurance or no?
Yes, I believe so. That's my understanding.
Okay. Now, is this current owner, this current owner is not the original owner of the house that slid, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and when did the current owner, when did they buy it?
I believe it's 2007, 2008.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Is that it, Vice Mayor Kendall? Okay, Councilmember Burks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Crop and Mr. Ruddy very much. I don't know if I'm allowed to ask this question, so Mala, cut me off. If do we know if this house, if it was built, if we approved it on this lot, given the volatility of the parcel, even though it's in the little triangle, is insurable? Mr. Reddy, do you know that?
I don't see why it wouldn't be.
Well, because it's in a parcel that has a 1,000-year landslide history to it.
That landslide encompasses 14 properties, and in fact, this
Yeah,
will
but the
be
insurance.
further. This will be in the side of the landslide. There's Mr.
Okay, well, I don't.
House is right at the top of the landslide, and he's actually closer to. And this.
Well, Mr. Reddy, I appreciate that, but you know, we're having problems insuring homes because of high fire danger zones. So, you know, the rules of insurance are changing. So I guess I'm asking you, do you know if the applicant has engaged a homeowner's insurance company, and is the property insurable? If you don't know, you don't know.
That would be difficult to do since there isn't a house that's built there yet, but I have no information given to me at all that would indicate it is not insurable.
Okay, Mr. Crop, thank you for your comments and impressive history at Cal and what you've done. It's great, really cool to hear. I mean, do you have any concern? This little triangle, right, is, you know, you've mentioned is in a stable section of this parcel, but plopping a 2,500 square foot house on it, and you did answer this question, but I just want to make sure I got it right. And during construction, I guess is my main, you know, do you have any concerns that the behavior of the hillside will change with the house being built and being placed there? either from the start of construction, the first bulldozer that goes in, to when the family moves in?
I don't think there is any destabilizing that will happen by the construction process. I think early on, some people were worried about pile driving and vibrations, and that isn't the kind of foundation that would be constructed here. They will be drilled so they don't cause vibrations of that kind. Each time one more deep pier is put in, the site gets a little more stable. So it's going to progressively become more stable as soon as piers start getting installed, and that's very early in the process. So I don't think there's any significant destabilizing that will happen, and there'll only be progressive strengthening.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, other questions from council members? Okay, thank you all very much for your time. We'll get back to you for rebuttal. We're now ready for the appellant's presentation, up to 10 minutes.
Okay.
Tracy, just checking with you, are you keeping track of time?
Joanne is keeping track of time.
Excellent. Okay.
There's quite a cast here for the appellant team, so I'm gonna need to move them in. So if you appellant team would raise their hands, I have Alexandra Chulis, Hannah Dunn, Greg Miller, Joe Garofalo, and Matt Kelly. If you could just raise your hand so I can find you quickly and move you in. Joanne is moving out. So, is that correct? Okay. If I'm missing anybody that should be on this team, please raise your hand. So I believe we have all of the appellants team here. I don't see anybody raising their hands, so you're good to go. Mayor Anderson.
Okay, welcome. You have 10 minutes to make your presentation.
Good evening. My name is Alexandra Zach Cholis. I'm here representing my fellow neighbors on Quail Ridge Road. I'm down on the opposite end. I guess we would like to start with first, obviously this hearing is already going, and so we can't continue it, but we really wanted to have the ability to seriously consider retaining an expert witness, given the slew of experts who are discussing tonight. We do have our neighbor, Mr. Henry Chang, who is a retired geotechnical engineer. However, his desire was that his involvement be limited only to advice only. And so given how far we are into this hearing, I guess what I would like to request on behalf of everyone is that we have sort of a hearing 2.0, at which we would be allowed to present to the council and to the mayor and to the city, potentially our own expert. So as a procedural matter, I don't want to waste too much time on that because we only do have 10 minutes, but I do want to put that out there, and maybe it can be discussed, at the end of all of our perspective or our respective, rebuttals and presentations. So I guess the first issue that I'd like to talk about would be sort of in order of our appeal is a stormwater issue. Now, there's been a lot of, explanations that this is a, civil engineering issue. And while I don't disagree with the applicant or the city on that matter as a general matter, the options that are considered under to comply with C3, these are drainage issues as well. And I mean, even though they're flow through tanks or they are cisterns, right? It's still a matter of, collecting and then getting the water back up to the city street via the pump system. And the city just seems sort of inconsistent, and in the staff report, it it refers to using a pumpless system. However, the drainage system that was actually adopted in the EIR requires a significant pumping system, which I believe the applicant and Mr. Crop have all acknowledged. And so that's a little bit confusing, how you're going to have a pumpless system to comply with C3 requirements and flow through planters, but then you must have this pumping system to get the water up to the street. So nonetheless, I think our concern is that, these are drainage issues, and these are issues that could potentially have a significant impact on the environment, specifically soil saturation into the landslide area. And if you look at the boring holes, the boring holes, which is attached as, I think, Exhibit 2 to the staff report and to other exhibits to the EIR, it indicates there are some locations where seepage is occurring. So, drainage is obviously a real issue. So our concern is that because these are drainage issues, that these should be addressed in the EIR, and they weren't. And the final EIR and the staff report just says, oh, we are going to comply and we're going to figure it out at some later date. Now, I get it that under most circumstances, that might be the appropriate way to go. But in this circumstance, I don't think it is. And, and so our position is that if these other drainage systems are going to be considered in lieu of or in addition to the one that was adopted by the EIR, it should be considered in an EIR. I mean, at a very minimal, maybe a supplemental EIR should be done to address this issue, as well as possibly the issue of maintenance. So that's one issue. So I'm going to go on to the next issue. Oh, then yes. The next issue that with the storm drainage system is that it conflicts directly with the storm drainage system that was envisioned and approved in the initial analysis. In the initial analysis, it said, and the problem with that is that well, let me just read this. The initial analysis asks, would the project substantially decrease groundwater supplies or interfere substantially with groundwater recharge, such that the project may impede sustainable groundwater management of the basin? The initial analysis states after that yes, it would impede groundwater recharge. However, a drainage system would be included as part of the final project design that would ensure runoff from new impervious surfaces be allowed to percolate into the groundwater as it does under existing conditions. So based on that statement, the EIR, the city decided not to consider any groundwater issues in the EIR because it assumed that the drainage system is going to percolate into the ground. Well, we know that the drainage system that actually was approved doesn't percolate into the ground, but has to be routed with pumps up to Quail Ridge Road and into the storm water system. So based on this contradiction, the EIR should have addressed, we think, the groundwater issues that were presented as unmitigated in the initial analysis and assumed that it would be mitigated because the water flow would be directly into the ground as it is under these existing conditions, but we know that that didn't happen. So on to the second issue, which relates to the deep shear at 66 to 68 feet below ground. I just do want to clarify for the purpose of this appeal that we are focusing only on that specific shear, not the one that is the 51 to 55 feet that was also addressed in the staff report, just for clarity's sake. And I think the city here seems to be kind of all over the place too. I mean, in one report, in the staff report, and I believe in the EIRs as well, the city is saying that this shear goes into the hillside, which is right next to the project site. But and then I believe Mr. Ryan may have said that actually, no, this clay seam goes downslope into this area to the east of the property. So when you're looking at the property, it's not, and I think we can all agree with this, it's not sort of a level land. It's sort of like an island surrounded by, these steep ravines, I guess, on each side. And the city doesn't seem to be focusing too much on the one that's on the east side of the property and is really focusing their attention on the prior landslide. When my understanding, and I'm not an engineer, but I did get this from Mr. Chang, who is that the concern is that this deep shear goes into this downslope on the east of the property, not towards the other landslide. We know that, but goes towards this downslope, which would trigger a new landslide. And we don't believe that this has been adequately addressed. I mean, like I said, the city seems to be sometimes on different sides of the same coin. I mean, in the report, it says this shear is dipping into the hillside, so it presents no landslide triggering destabilization of the hillside. I understood Mr. Ryan to say, no, it actually goes down slope. And I understood Mr. Crop in his report to actually say it goes down slope as well. So we would like some clarity on that about really what the city's position is, because it seems to be all over the place on that one. And let me just check my notes real quick. Oh, I think it might be really helpful for, I know you guys, I can't share my screen. I'm not sure how to do it. But the city attached some new documents to the staff report. One of them is, it's exhibit, excuse me, let me look at it. It's figure 2 of exhibit 1 that shows the strike and the dip of this deep shear. And it's indicated by this little, it's red on, you can't see it here, but it's indicated on this exhibit by this little red dot with a 47 number on it on this exhibit. And if you look at that, where the dip goes, and if you look at the topography of that hillside, it goes down slope. And our concern, as explained to me by Mr. Chang, is that this shear dips into this downslope, which is goes right into Hannah Dunn and Greg Millar's property. And so I've heard a lot of discussions about, this being very deep and it's not going to cause a landslide.
10 minutes are up.
We never got to point 3 and 4. I'm so sorry.
Thank you. I need you to wrap up to be fair. So let's see if there's any questions. Are there any questions for the appellant by council members? Councilmember Burks.
Yeah, sorry. Okay,
Hi.
I'm unmuted. I think I am. Alexander, thank you very much for your comments and your testimony, your comments tonight. Is there? I've got to ask you. If there were any application that came before the city to build on this parcel, would you be against it?
I think the applicants, yes. I don't think it
So
matters really who it is. It's not a personal matter.
No. I mean, it would be a different home. It would be a different structure. It could be placed differently in another part of the parcel. It could be what my question is, you don't want anything built on this parcel. Is that correct?
That parcel is so small. It's like a postage stamp. I mean, it really sort of looks like an island in the sky. And I understand they're going to build down with cantilevers and whatnot. But I think I can speak for all the applicants that no, they don't want a house there.
Okay. This is a question for staff, and thank you for answering that.
Mm-hmm.
This parcel it's a legal parcel that is zoned for a residential dwelling. Is that correct, Nancy?
Yes.
Okay. What is the zoning again? Just for the
R20.
record. R20. Okay. So just Alexandria, I just want to kind of transfer that over. It is legally zoned for, and it's privately held property that by law can be built on. So it's really, really important to remember that. Now there's risks that we're debating here, but at the end of the day, I just want to be on the record and make sure that that's very clear. That's all I've got.
Yeah, I think we understand that, but I think the risks are rather significant, and it puts the burden on the surrounding homeowners if something else goes awry,
Okay.
Another lawsuit, I mean, that doesn't sound, very tenable. And Mr. Prop was saying, well, we think it's going to be there, but.
Let's see if there's some other questions. Vice Mayor Kendall?
Hi, and this may be more for our staff. You talked about there was an inconsistency in the EIRs, and you're saying the original one, it was a pumpless system, and then we are putting in pumps. And so maybe that's a question for Matt. Is Matt Latrobe still on?
Oh, I moved Matt out. Let me see if I can move
sorry.
him back in.
Thank you.
Okay. Matt, you're here. So if you just want to unmute your.
Hello.
Hi.
I don't recall seeing a design for a pumpless versus a pump system. I know they still have to design whatever it is that they're going to do. And I don't know what the grades are, where they would be tying in their storm drain system. It's entirely possible they could put in a system that doesn't require pumps if they are able to, for example, run a new storm drain system in the street to the very end of Quail Ridge, where there is a double storm drain inlet at the end of that street. If they were able to do that, they certainly would have sufficient fall. However, I don't know if that would create a conflict with the existing tieback system that was used to stabilize the original landslide. I would suppose that the engineering team that will be working on this project would want to try and create a gravity system if at all possible. And I don't know what rights they have within that private road. If they are not given any ability to put in a storm drain system in the road, then it's highly likely that at least some of the water would need to be pumped.
Okay.
I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, I think so. It does. So next one, I'm not sure that the appellate's questioning of the stormwater and then the EIR, saying that it was the original EIR was saying that the groundwater would percolate into the ground, but then apparently that is not true. Especially we're going to have this system, this drainage and this pumps and system. That's a difference, but it seems like the final solution should be better because you're not letting any of that groundwater go away back into the soil like it is now, but you're going to get rid of all of it. Is that how I'm reading that? I guess, Matt, would that be, or I don't know.
Ms. Kremen, maybe you can help. I think it has something to do with the EIR.
Right. And I was just trying to find the wording on that. It's a little confusing. So first we wrote an initial study that answered all 19, 20 questions, CEQA criteria, including hydrology, which has a question about groundwater. And we said, although the site is quite large, there would be only about 3,500 square feet of new impervious surface. So we've got new impervious surface on the site. Where's the water going to go? The question, the CEQA criteria specifically asked, are you going to interfere with a groundwater recharge? The answer is no, with 3,500 square feet. At the time, because we hadn't written the EIR, we assumed that there would be percolation back onto the site, which is more common. The C3 requirements and getting all the stormwater off the site for the other impacts, the landslide impacts, that really goes away. But whether it gets percolated on the site or goes off the site, it doesn't affect the groundwater to a significant level. It's a less than significant impact. There's, first of all, we don't have an adjudicated groundwater. We don't have a sustainable groundwater master plan in Lafayette. So our groundwater is not such a big deal. East Bay Mud doesn't use your groundwater, but it's one of these standard questions that we do answer. But again, it's only 3,500 square feet of new impervious surface where we had pervious surface before. Does that help?
Sure. Okay. All right. Yes, it does. Thank you. And then that last question, I guess, goes back to Ryan on the earthquake now affecting that East Valley, because it is kind of an odd lot. You're right. It does have something to the other side as well. And I know we're also concerned about the landslide part, obviously. But then is there any risk to this other side? This would be, I guess, maybe Mr. Crop or Ryan, Mr. Ryan. Are they on the call?
Are you still with us?
Kevin Ryan is in your panelist.
Hello, I believe I'm still here.
Hey, great. So the comments about it having that sheer, so it does go off, I guess, to the east, towards the east, but there is a valley over there.
To the northeast.
Northeast, right.
Besides orientation. So when we talk about the downslope direction, in this sense, we're talking downslope of Quail Ridge Drive. We're talking the direction of landslide movement, which is to the south. Okay.
And that would be in the valley next to it too.
Well, okay, I'm getting to that. So
okay, sorry.
The site is on a small spur ridge.
Yeah.
That parallels these two swales. Okay. These two swales are areas that could be potential landslides, and we always look at those things. The evaluation of that spur ridge was, could there be another landslide that forms that goes underneath that spur ridge that connected those two swales? The answer was no, across the board with all the investigations. And the shear at 68 feet that dips to the northeast dips down at 47 degrees. I'm not saying it dips down slope, I'm saying it dips down. Okay, that dip to the northeast is, we could call it east. So a landslide that moves to the south would have to use that east dipping feature as a limb, okay? And like I tried to explain earlier at the last minute without graphics, a new slide forming in that swale to the east would have to cut across all that geologic structure in the sandstone to get to this very deep shear. And the kinematics just don't appear remotely possible. And that's been the position that I think all the professionals have taken. So the orientation of the shears are as on the graphic that Zach tried to show, that was showing the strike and dip of the shear. So the line on that drawing that you're looking at is the strike, and the direction of the arrow is the true dip direction, and the 47 represents the dip angle. So at 66 to 68 feet, you have a shear feature that dips to the northeast or east. We'll say the dip vector on that is north 70 east. Okay, that dips down in that direction at 47 degrees. So if you do the math, by the time you get underneath that adjacent swale, you're in extremely deep depth. And you're at a depth to where our concerns of a new slide forming and utilizing one of those features as the slide limb is greatly decreased, okay? If that feature was right next to the edge of that slope and was very shallow, it would be a concern. The deeper we get with these types of geologic structures, our level of concern goes down with them. So that's really, I believe, what we've all been trying to say by it's deep, it's dipping up into the hill. And again, dipping up into the hill is referring to the anti-direction of the slide movements. The slides are moving to the south. Okay, so we want to clarify that. So this feature does not promote a south dipping feature. A south dipping feature would have to cut across geologic structure to connect to it to use it as part of its slide limb. I don't know if that makes a lot of sense without a picture, but We have looked at that, and that was one of the things that was looked at in the very early portions of the evaluation of the site. You know, Mr. Dykeman brought up a very legitimate concern. Was that spur ridge representative of a down drop block in a bigger landslide feature? And that was discounted and disproven by the investigations of Seidelman, the guy that I forgot his name earlier. Those studies were all run through the peer review process with a consultant retained by the city. It was a good consultant. You had an excellent geologist in the hole logging the boring. You had an excellent geologist that reviewed that work. And I think that's pretty indisputable. You know, defer any further comment on that to Mr. Crop.
I don't know that we need any more comments, so I want to kind of keep us moving along. That was very clear, Mr. Ryan. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor Candell?
That's great.
More
Thank you.
questions?
Appreciate it.
Okay, other questions of council members of the appellant? Okay, with that, we will now open up for public comments of up to 3 minutes. And do we have any requests to speak?
I have a request both from Hannah Dunn and Joseph Garofalo, but they are appellants. So as I understand it, Mala, they are not allowed to talk during public comment because they had their time. Is that correct?
They would have been part of the 10 minutes, and I think the appellant team chose to have their one individual, Ms. Zach, speak for those 10 minutes. They obviously have rebuttal time still remaining, but that'll be after public comment.
So I have Hannah Dunn and Bob, so Bob MC. I don't think he is one of the appellants, so I'm going to move him over. I mean, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe he is.
You are correct, Tracy.
Okay, so I'm moving Bob MC. Bob, you are on, so go ahead and talk.
I'm in the room, but I guess
Yes,
I'm
you
not on
are.
video.
We can hear you. We cannot see you.
Very well. I guess that's what I'll have to stick with for now.
Okay.
Quick comments. I just wanted to dovetail on top of what Councilmember Burks had mentioned. That I would say that this project is a residential housing development project, so that the Housing Accountability Act should apply. And the city's well aware of that from the Terraces project. And per the staff report, I understand that appears to meet all objective criteria, so that unless the council finds a specific adverse impact upon public health or safety, it would appear the city would have no basis to deny the project. I'm just don't know the homeowners. I'm not specifically for or against the project, more just concerned about the process. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions for the speaker? All right, Mr. Bob MC, thank you very much. Are there any other public comments?
We have none.
No, yeah, none.
Okay, then we will close the public comments and we will now move to appellant rebuttal for 5 minutes. This is the appellant's opportunity to rebut.
Okay, I believe that we just moved over Mr. Reddy and Mr. Crop is still there.
Okay, we're looking for
Kevin,
the appellant.
Oh,
This
the
is
appellant. Oh, the
This is the
appellant.
appellant
My bad. I
rebuttal.
got it. Okay, it's opposite. Okay. So let me move over Hannah Dunn. She has her hand up. Anybody else from the appellant team that needs to be? Okay, I'm moving over Matthew Kelly. And anybody else from the appellant team that would like to talk? There's 5 minutes between all of you. I don't see anybody else raising their hand, so.
Okay, well, I can only see Ms. Dunn at this point, so why don't you start, Ms. Dunn?
Thank
You
you.
have 5 minutes maximum.
Great. We live next door at 3927, directly to the east. Ours is the property to which there may be a landslide risk, most directly. I wanted to note that this project was submitted back in 2012 for approval and did not receive approval because of the landslide concerns. Also, I probably would not be involved in this matter were it not for the private road issue. I have very little interest in engaging in neighborhood-wide litigation if there are problems as a result of this project, or if the road is washed out, or if the road is set off again and destroyed. There is a difference in geotech engineer opinions here, so I don't think this is cut and dry. And I'm not clear on who or what entity will guarantee or ensure that the surrounding properties will not be damaged due to the construction project reactivating the landslide. If there was some insurance or guarantee, I would feel a lot better about it, to go to Commissioner Burke's question. But right now I don't see that. And the current developer hasn't shown himself to be of having the ability to carry through on some of these requirements, as we've observed in the past 10 years. And I'll turn it over to one of my other neighbors now. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, Council. This is Matthew Kelly. I just wanted to expand upon Councilmember Burke's earlier issue with respect to holding Mr. Reddy accountable for any damage to the road in the event that there is, or during the course of the construction. Without rehashing what we've set forth in paragraph 3 of our appellate memo, I do want to note that we did just receive this RingCon memo as of today, and I have neither the time nor the expertise to verify the accuracy of the data set forth therein. But I do want to point out that there is no formal homeowners association. We have a loose and informal arrangement among the members or the residents of Quail Ridge and some residents of Los Erebus to maintain this road to prevent against the eventuality of a potential future landslide. And I'll highlight that this is an arrangement that Mr. Reddy has showed on time and again to be either unwilling or unable to participate in. So again, this is a shift of responsibility from the city of Lafayette to the residents of Quail Ridge for any damage that may occur to the road during the construction of this project, and something that we're certainly concerned about. Thank you very much.
Okay, do we have any other appellants who want to speak? Okay, I'm going to assume that is the appellant.
Wait,
rebuttal.
one second. I have one hand raised, but I don't
Okay.
know if the 5 minutes is up or not, Joanne.
Is not. They have 2 minutes and 30 seconds left.
Okay.
So I'm bringing in Joseph Garofalo, and he will have the remaining 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Hello. Thank you, City Council members. I just wanted to quickly emphasize the due process and basic notions of fairness that have occurred here. We got a letter that was dropped on us today by the applicant, and it's technical. It's a letter from Mr. Kropp, and since this, just to introduce myself, my name is Joe Garofalo, and I am directly across from the landslide at 3954 Quail Ridge Road. We're the owners of that property. And we think this is such a significant issue that it's very important for the city to afford all of the appellants due process here. And we don't feel like we've received appropriate due process, especially with never being served with the initial papers submitted by the applicant. I know it was posted, but it was, I think about, we just got it this weekend. And then today there was additional technical information that was provided. So my primary objection at this point in time relates to due process and ordinary notions of fairness. Thank you for listening to me, City Council members. We appreciate it.
Okay. Is there anyone else who is part of the appellant team that wishes to speak? I believe there's still some more time.
I have one more, Alexandra, and I don't know how much time she has. Joanne can tell you. So.
Okay, Joanne, how much time do we have left for the appellant?
1 minute and 10 seconds.
There you go. You need to unmute yourself.
I'm sorry, just one sec. Muted.
Yes, you're okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. So I just wanted to reiterate, one last request based on Mr. Garofalo's last statements too, that, based and Mr. Kelly as well, that, we want the opportunity, we believe, to at least explore, to retain an expert to discuss some of the very technical issues that were, discussed tonight, especially given that is our position, that some of the city's positions and the positions of the various experts involved in this project going back to 2000 and I guess it was 2008 differ. And as Ms. Dunn said, it's not, cut and dry as the appellants seem to make it be. And so we just like the opportunity to maybe have a appeal hearing part two. Part two.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any other speakers? I don't know how much time is left, but I haven't been told you're out. So yes, Ms. Dunn.
Yeah, I just want to go back to the fairness point. All of us have invested our life savings up here on this hillside, and the thought that somebody could just build irresponsibly and set off a landslide or destroy the road that then we all have to sue each other to pay for strikes me as deeply unfair, and it really seems like our city should protect us from this kind of situation. We have this odd private road situation with a landslide together, and it's just really unclear to me why the innocent bystanders around here would be the ones that have to bear this risk. It just does not seem fair. And the good question about insurance, will there be insurance available for this property? I don't know. I don't think my insurance premium should go up because somebody has knocked out the road because they're not keeping the drainage hose in the proper place, which, by the way, Mr. Reddy did 2 or 3 years ago.
Time is up.
Okay, thank you very much, all the appellant team. Are there any questions from the council for any of the appellants?
Mayor
Councilmember Bliss.
Anderson? Yeah, hi, thank you. Just a kind of process question, I guess. I did want to follow up on the concerns raised about sort of the just process in the sense of when the appellants received information, their ability to reasonably review and reply to that. That would be probably a question for staff or for the city attorney. Should I pose those now, or should we wait to address those questions to staff and to the city attorney later in the meeting? I just want to make sure I'm getting those questions kind of interjected at the right moment.
Well, I would suggest if you have questions that the appellant's receiving notification, you might want to ask them.
Okay.
And then we can ask staff to compare that to when the notifications went out. And given the mail service, it might have been different. Who knows?
Okay, thanks. Thank you for that, Mayor. So I guess as follow-up to that, I would want to see if either staff or city attorney can address that question of how if there is an issue around the appellants receiving, technical information close to the actual meeting, what, sort of what's expected of us as a council in terms of how we approach that? I mean, in terms of, should we be taking that into consideration? What is generally expected from a legal standpoint in terms of the information being provided to the appellants? And I just want to be clear. I'm, I'll save my comments for when we get into deliberation, but I don't say that in any way to indicate how I feel about the appeal, but I did want to raise that issue of fairness for either, staff or the city attorney to weigh in on.
Thank you, Councilmember Bliss. It's my understanding, and there are other people on this call, including my colleague Sarah Osowitz, and maybe Nancy could also address when the information went out, but that it was less than a page of information and that it didn't present much new information. So I don't think based on that we do need to continue the matter. If you have other issues that you do need back information for and that you would like to continue, that would be different, but I don't think you need to continue it for due process issues. But if Nancy or Sarah want to comment on the details of when it was released or the substantive information, that might be helpful as well.
I don't know if I'm on.
You are, we can hear you, we cannot see you.
Well, here, let me try that. There I am.
There you go.
Good evening, council members. Just to be clear, there were sort of papers flying a little bit today, so I want to be clear. There was a letter submitted by the applicant, roughly a page long. There was a email and a letter submitted by the appellant. And then there was a single memo, page and a half, written by Rincon, addressing a claim by the appellant that construction equipment might damage the private road, and it gave the numbers, ran the numbers as to why there wasn't expected to be any damage to the road from a CEQA perspective, from construction equipment. So those are the interchanges that I'm aware of from today. Everything else that is before you in your packet was released last Friday and posted on the city's website. So I think that gives you all the pieces, but maybe Mr. Garofalo has other information that I am unaware of.
I do. I didn't want to interrupt, so I want to be recognized before speaking. So I just do have. Thank you. I really appreciate it. So we served our appeal, and then apparently information was submitted by the applicant, including a report and information by Mr. Kropp on August 14th. That was then which we didn't receive until it was posted by the city. Ordinarily, I happen to be an attorney, but ordinarily when you send response papers to an appeal, you serve the other side. Here,
right, but this
we're
is
not.
Litigation.
I understand, and I just want to finish. So they submitted substantial information dated August 14th, and we were not provided with that. I didn't see it until this weekend, but the first chance we had opportunity to access it was when it was posted by the city. So, and I'm not necessarily contending that this is subject to the federal rules of civil procedure or anything of that nature. I'm just appealing to ordinary notions of fairness and due process. Thank you very much. I appreciate your attention.
Okay, we're back to Councilmember Bliss.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, thank you everybody for the comments. So that helps clarify things. And so the information that was more recent, in other words, that was, I think, exchanged in the last day or so, that is to say, separate than material that would have been posted when the agenda materials for this were made available a few days ago. The latest information, the thing that was exchanged today was not, as I now understand it, was not a sort of long, detailed document. It's just the half page or 1 page of new information that was provided. So that I appreciate that. That helps clarify kind of what was exchanged, and I think helps me better understand what was made available. So thank you to everyone for chiming in on that. Appreciate it.
Okay, do we have any other questions from council members to the appellant group? Councilmember Burks.
Yeah, it's something Ms. Dunn mentioned in 2012 that, and I may have missed this in the packet, that there was an application for development on this parcel that was denied. Is that, did I get that correct?
Actually, an application was submitted in 2012, but it was never decided upon, just because the city had determined that additional environmental review was required. So from 2012 until 2019, 2020, the EIR was under review.
So was it part of this application?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Thorough. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from council members of the appellants? Okay, Ms. Dunn, I'm sorry, you've had your opportunity. So we're now asking questions of the appellants. Okay, I see no further
If I
questions.
could answer the last
members.
question that was posed.
No, that's not been asked of you, so that's fine. So at this point, we're going to move to applicant rebuttal. Thank you all very much. The applicant has 5 minutes.
So I'm moving them over. Where did you go? Let's see. So we are moving over Alan Kropp and Robbie Reddy, and we need to move. Just give me a second. We need to move some people out. Okay. I think, hold on one second. I'm trying to move the appellants out. I don't know why this isn't working.
Just don't start the clock yet.
No, of course not. I don't understand.
I'm
Oh,
kidding,
the
I'm kidding.
appellants have been moved out, and I'm sorry. Oh, you know what? Hannah looks as if she is frozen.
Yeah,
Yep.
she is.
Okay, so we can't move her out, but it doesn't look like she's in. She got stuck in the transporter. So I'm gonna try
Come
to
back.
I'm
Come
gonna
back.
try to just take her off the video, and then I can't really do anything with her. So I think you can go ahead, and we'll continue to work behind the scenes to try to clear the board.
So we have the applicant rebuttal for 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just very quickly to answer Council Member Burke's last point, the application actually goes back to the last decade, and there was significant engineering work done by our previous engineer, Paul Seidelman, in 2008, 2009. That was peer reviewed by Mitch Wolf from Cal Engineering. So this has been, has been studied for well over a decade. Next point, there was a question about insurance, and I was able to verify, even without anything constructed there, the owners have actually had liability insurance on this parcel. So this issue of insurance or insurability, I don't think is something to be concerned about from that perspective. Another point that I want to make, now this is really important. The Rincon consultant had come on and mentioned, we were talking about drainage and pervious surfaces versus impervious surfaces. She threw out a number of 3,500 square feet of impervious, a new impervious structure. That was actually based on the proposed massing, which was very spread out. It required 2 variances, one for the side yard, one for the front yard, and it stepped down, terracing down the hill. What was actually approved is alternative A, and this is a much smaller building with no variances. The actual footprint of that building is about half of what the proposed would have been. And this is where it gets really interesting. And I want the council to understand the importance of design level engineering and details. The approved alternative actually has a flat roof. What we will end up doing on that flat roof is putting in something called a green roof. And it's also known as a living roof. And you have sod on there and plants and grass. It blends much better into the environment. And the best part of that kind of design is that now becomes pervious as opposed to impervious. And we actually completed a project like this in Happy Valley Glen just a couple of years ago. And what we ended up doing was a 3,000 square foot house that ended up having 500 square feet of impervious as opposed to the traditional way. So when we were finally done with this project, the amount of new impervious surfaces will be very, very small, probably in the order of 500 square feet or under 1,000 for sure. So the impact on from the drainage point of view on the whole topography or the whole neighborhood is going to by and far be better than what is there right now, which is that whole triangle just flooding right down into the bowl. So that's my comment on the drainage. The final comments that I have, this issue of due process has been brought up. And again, this is a very interesting one. This also ties into the supplementary response of the project applicant that was submitted today. It should have made its way into the package that the council has. But I want to draw specific attention to the fact that this whole proceeding today is the appellant's appeal. It's not an appeal by the applicant. It's the opponents of the neighborhood's appeal. They drafted up a very, very detailed, lengthy letter, and the appeal is based on that. That whole letter itself is all essentially non-expert critique by an attorney of an expert study. And that, and I could defer to the city attorneys on this, you know, we've given some plenty of legal authority there that this in itself, it does not constitute any legal basis for the appeal to be granted. The appellants had their opportunity. It's their appeal. They can't come in now and just say, oh no, we need to slow this down and get an expert. Like, it's their appeal. They should have, if they didn't understand the laws on this, you know, and the rules on it, I don't know what the applicant is supposed to do about this. The final point that is also in our supplementary response, and that's this there's a nuance about the impact of the environment on the project versus the project on the environment. And again, I would defer to the city attorneys. We've put that in our supplemental response. I'll pass it to Mr. Crop if he has anything to add on a technical basis. Okay, that's a rebuttal from the applicant.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Are there any questions for the applicant? Councilmember Geringer.
Just one, and it's just a small question about the size of the project. So you had said you were questioning the impervious at 3,500 square feet and said that it was alternative A, which I believe we all understood from the project, but what size is that?
Okay, am I still on? So the original proposed massing had a house that was just shy of 4,000 square feet, approximately 4,200 square feet gross, something like that. All the studies and the EIR, our own engineer's report, were based on that proposed massing. We also had two alternatives. The one that was actually approved is alternative A, and that's what is the subject of the appeal. And we as applicants are very happy with alternative A. It is but 1/2 the size of the proposed. So all the numbers from the EIR and our own engineer's report are, you know, again, this is why it's a design level issue.
And it's at 2,850 square feet?
Yes, as opposed to
Okay.
4,300.
Okay, thank you.
And remember that of that 2,850, you have a 2-story element. The actual building envelope or a footprint is much smaller. And out of that, we're going to end up having a green or living roof, which makes the impervious even smaller.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions from council members of the applicant? Okay, so with that, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So
I move with, I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'll call the question. Councilmember Burks.
Aye.
Councilmember Bliss.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Candell.
Aye.
Councilmember Geringer.
Aye.
And I'm a yes. Okay, we've closed the public hearing on this process. So now comes back for our deliberation and an opportunity to ask more questions of staff if we like. I think I'd just like to comment on at least one thing that it kind of sticks out that I think is important. Private property, private roads are not something the city has anything to do with. So it's, you know, it's what people buy into when they buy a place that has a private road, and they need to work out a relationship with their neighbors who also use that road to maintain or operate it or fix it or whatever they're going to do. And that is something that is a private enterprise. We are not involved in that. So I think we can set that aside unless someone wants more information about that. So are there any initial thoughts or questions for staff? Vice Mayor Candell, looks like you're ready to speak.
One quick comment. It's not really about the project, but it's about something about the notifications. And I feel deeply like Joseph Garofalo. This is something that our city probably can and should do better, is when official letters come in during an appeal process, they, from either side, you know, from the applicant or the appellate, those should go out to both sides immediately. It's just hard when you have to wait till, you know, 72 hours to get a volume of information in. And so I feel for that one. And that's totally separate from this project, but that's the way we do it. And I think we could do a lot better in our appeals if we handled the communications to both directions equally and quickly. So that's my comment.
Okay. Are there any comments about the appellant, the application that we have in front of us? Appeal.
Yeah, yes, sorry. I do. I absolutely understand the anxious, to being nervous about this property. I understand that. I do believe I was totally independently, East Bay Mud, a water main broke in the back of our house. And speaking to some, pretty expert friends, the crop firm was one of the big firms that I was referred to. So they are very good. And I believe that they are a reputable firm. And when they, as geotechnical engineers, say that the stormwater is going to be okay, the ground is going to be okay, it's going to be stronger, I think that there's a real vast amount of expert in that testimony. And I tend to believe it. And so it does make me feel better that this thing's going to be rigged to the bedrock, and it really should withstand the test of time on this hill. And it might actually help the road be more stable in some ways, because that part of the hillside will be stronger. And I know that's hard to hear, and I know that you have to take a certain amount of leap of trust on that one, but I do believe, especially in that firm and their analysis. So that's how I feel about it.
Okay. Other comments? Councilmember Geringer.
First of all, thank you to everyone. Thank you to all of the people who presented. Thank you to my colleagues for all of the questions and digging in. Some of them I did have coming in, and of course, a lot of them on the engineering pieces. I appreciated that. In reviewing this, in reading all of the information, all of the expert investigations have come back to the same, for me, the same conclusion that, as Vice Mayor Kandel, it is actually that piece of it. It has the opportunity to strengthen that and to work on that. The private road piece, thank you, Mayor Anderson, for clarifying that. I do live on a private road and have had to do those negotiations and all of that. I'm making sure that we're all together on doing that. I think that I can support the staff recommendation based on all of the testimony that's been given and all of the expert analysis of the shears and the boring and all of the things that have happened on the analysis of this. So look forward to additional questions and when we get to the conditions of approval and any other directions on to design review. But I think a lot of work has been done on this, and I appreciate the neighbors, and these are never easy calls, because I know all of us do hear you and do appreciate the anxiety.
Thank you. Councilmember Bliss.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Anderson. Yeah, I want to echo the thanks to the neighbors, for expressing their concerns and being available both in, through their written comments and also to be here, late into this evening tonight to talk about, their thinking around this application and the impact on their local community. And as others have said, we take very seriously and understand as community members ourselves the concern, and I would even say, the worry that might exist around a potential future slide. But having read all the materials and the EIR and the background provided to us, and also heard and read the testimony from the geotechnical experts, I would just echo what's already been said, which is that, we'll get into the resolution and conditions of approval as we go into this. But, I would concur with what others have said that it seems like if anything, this project might even help stabilize the hillside. And as the geotechnical experts have already noted, that the addition of this home would not really increase the risk of a future slide. So I think really, as you look at the findings we need to make, in terms of how, all the issues around how it aligns with the zoning in the area, the other, the lack of any other impacts that aren't mitigated, I think it does come down to that geological issue that seems to be, from the experts we've heard from, more or less settled. So I appreciate the concerns of the neighbors, but also feel like we've heard, really valuable and reliable testimony and comment tonight on some of the issues that have been raised.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Burke.
So I dug in with a lot of questions associated with they come back to public safety, and that's my main concern. And you go back to 1998 and read the San Francisco Chronicle article on this landslide, and it's pretty horrific. And there are, in my opinion, some places in Lafayette that are zoned legally that just aren't meant to be built on. And I mean, that's just the truth. I don't know. Maybe we'll work on that. This one though is right now. So it is a legal lot of record, and the owners have a right to build on it. I don't know the firms and the experts that spoke tonight. They sounded plausible. They, were impressive. They seem to have, strong bona fides, but I don't know. I mean, it's been 45 minutes of listening to them. And, unfortunately, that's what the city council is constrained with, is making a decision within 2 hours or 3 hours and putting our trust and faith in the folks that come before us and with their credentials. And it's great that Susan has some background on it because it qualifies them more. And I'm thankful for that. At the end of the day, I'm grappling with this one. I seem to be grappling a lot lately with land use issues, but it's, it does come down to public safety. It's a precarious part of Lafayette where, the private road issue I brought up earlier for that same reason why you explained it. I think we have more, I forget what is the percentage of private roads in Lafayette. I mean, it's way more than public roads, right? And we can't do anything. The city can't do anything when it comes to private roads. So, I'm just, right now weighing sort of in my head and haven't decided yet whether or not there's 51% risk and less reward in moving forward, and all of the risks to the city that goes along with making a decision like that. But at the end of the day, the only thing I care about is the safety of everybody who lives around that neighborhood and not waking up sliding down a hill or dying or being injured. So it's really, I just want to make that very clear to the public that for us non-engineers and us trying to get through this and understand it, there has been conflicting information tonight on how safe it is and how safe it could be if a house is built there, or how safe it might not be if something is placed there, or if it's just left alone. But what's striking, the appellants, it's very clear that the appellants don't want anything built on that parcel. And my question that I've just been kind of in my mind is it possible to build anything on that parcel? And if it's not, then the city needs to take action. And I haven't heard that. So that's a big factor for me. So that's kind of a few of my thoughts at this point.
Okay. Well, I think it's interesting that Mr. Reddy kind of brought up the point about the green roof at the end of this whole process. And part of the concern, I think, on the part of the appellants was how do they meet the C3 guidelines and also have drainage off the roof? Well, the C3 that guidelines want you to put water into grassy areas and let that percolate in. Now, if they're going to do a green roof, then you can see there's suddenly a way of blending the ability or the need to have the C3 stormwater conditioning, and then any excess you then pump out. So this is part of the design process that hasn't happened yet, but apparently the applicant is already beginning to think about these things, and that's encouraging. The information, I think, from the geotech people is very clear. It looks like we have a solid piece next to a big landslide. And when I think of all the homes in the Oakland and Berkeley Hills that are perched on these slopes, and they hang out over nothingness and a great view, and everyone goes out on the deck and, you know, it's great. And you look down, you realize, boy, there's something holding us up. I can't tell what it is, but the good thing it's there. There's a lot of construction that really does depend on very, very tricky and difficult, but achievable civil engineering and structural engineering and foundation work that these people that we've been dealing with tonight, such as Mr. Kropp, have done and can do successfully. So the cantilever concept and the ability to stabilize this foundation properly in that particular situation, I think is something that can be done. It gives me a lot of faith that they will have something there that will not trigger any additional landslide movement. It will continue to move the landslide on its own. That's something to remember. But this development, I think the way they've tested and looked at it would not seem to be something that would contribute to the movement of what's already in motion. So I do support it. And I think what might be helpful at this point is if we can just get a sense of if we want to take the time to go through the resolution and the conditions of approval, are we ready to do that? Or do we need to really come up with more information so we can feel comfortable with a decision on this? So what is the pleasure? Councilmember Burks.
Yeah, well, I again here sort of alone in some of this, which is fine because I really respect my peers and what you've all, the discussion tonight, my peers meaning my fellow council members and the mayor. A couple things are really, really important to me. So I'm ready to move ahead and approve and vote to approve the application with my peers. But I really hope that as this moves forward, if it does move forward, that the neighborhood does come together and does not fracture, and we don't see divisiveness, because there's been some evidence that there has been, and the only way to get through a difficult situation is to come together, no matter how hard it is. The second thing is, I really hope that our county does not let us down in their inspections, and I think Susan brought that up in the very beginning. And I don't have a ton of faith in our county, but I don't know their track record in coming by and inspecting engineering of this sort. And since it's the first one in Lafayette, it might be the first time that they've ever inspected engineering of this type. So I would like to see the city staff just stay on the county somehow, and to compel them to get up there and do their job. So those are the two things that I really just would ask for. But I'm ready to move forward.
Okay. Any other concerns about moving forward?
Ready to move.
All right. Well then, so let's take a quick look at the resolution. This is resolution 2020-37. This is basically both approving the environmental documentation and going through the different exceptions related to the hillside development permit. So we can do it page by page. Are there any things that pop out for council members in the resolution in general, just going forward? No?
No.
Councilmember Bliss, how are you doing? You're looking at it there? Oh, yeah.
Yep. I made some notes on it. Nothing jumps out as anything I'd want to change or address in the resolution.
So then we have the section on design review, which of course was also part of the resolution, the grading permit, the tree removal. Their trees are going to be removed from that area. Okay. And we have a tie back to general plan compliance, housing element, and that is the resolution. So the resolution looks acceptable. Okay, conditions of approval. The first few pages are essentially ongoing conditions, which typically are those that go with every project. Are there any concerns about conditions from 1 through 18?
That was the number 18. That was is there anything in there that I was at, that's what we were asking about the landslide maintenance and monitoring. It sounds like the only thing that they were talking about was these inclination monitors, but that seems like a pretty hefty condition of approval to have them put those in. I'm just wondering what other people think about that. Or can that be?
I don't think that we have a nexus because that would be in the landslide itself.
Okay.
But I mean, I leave that to Mala. Maybe there's some interpretation.
No, I agree, Mayor Anderson. I think it's not warranted based on where the location of the home is.
Okay.
So 18 basically said landslide maintenance and monitoring due to the presence of an historic landslide on site, ongoing monitoring and necessary maintenance / measures shall be performed by the landowner to ensure stabilization of the slide. The ongoing monitoring reports shall be provided with reports required in the mitigation measure GO-2A.
So that's a lot.
Basic,
yeah.
It's kind of making the owner responsible for ensuring stabilization of the slide. I don't really know if that's even practical, but I guess it is. Mala, is that something that we can saddle the landowner with?
I think they've seen these conditions and they've agreed to them. I haven't heard, Nancy, maybe you can jump in as well, but I don't think they've had any concerns with these conditions. And they were, I believe, the same ones that were put in place for the Planning Commission approval.
Okay. Well, it does say that you have to ensure stabilization of the slide. So I don't see how you can get any more overarching and responsibility than that.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Any other questions on 1 through 18 or thoughts? Okay, let's move on to the following. Conditions 19 through 26. This includes stormwater, impermeable runoff, and compliance with the C3 requirements.
Got a question on this one.
Go right ahead.
Is that okay? I don't know where I've been looking through it. And it was Matt Lutra said it earlier that the applicants will be responsible for paying for the county to come out to do inspections annually. Is that anywhere in here, or can we include it anywhere in here to bind them?
Taking a look at condition 24.
Okay, maybe I just missed it.
Well, I don't see it. I'm looking also. A plan for addressing the impermeable runoff that allows for compliance with C3 requirements and the city requirements that runoff be mitigated shall be submitted to the city engineer for review. The use of flow-through planters allow for filtration or runoff prior to discharge into the storm drain system on Quail Ridge Road may need to be explored. This is D missing, contained of explores. As the typical approach of dissipating water over landscape is not viable in this circumstance. Path of drainage shall incorporate erosion control measures as necessary. So I guess what I heard Matt saying is that the county has the responsibility of inspecting to make sure that these devices are working properly.
And that I thought I also heard him say that the applicants have to pay for it, pay for the inspection. Maybe I misheard. But if that's the, oh, sorry.
Well, do you want to add something to kind of reinforce that on here? I think that's possible.
I think I would. I mean, I would.
City manager just bouncing up and down. She's jumping up and down.
I've asked Matt to join in because he might know exactly where it is. I do see there is a standard condition of approval, which is condition number 40, which we apply to many projects. And Matt is on the line.
Hello, everybody. To what Nirup was saying, I believe it's one of the conditions of approval that says you have to enter into a operation and maintenance agreement with the city of Lafayette. And that is the legal mechanism that we use to ensure that they contact the county to arrange for their yearly inspection of their facility. If they do the green roof, that's terrific, because if it's not working, the water's pouring through their ceiling. So it gives you kind of a real good way of telling if it's working. But that's the legal mechanism.
So I see, Matt, I understand, or Mr. Mayor, if I may.
No, go right ahead, please.
Thanks, Matt, for doing that. I did go down and see the 5,000 bond, and I didn't put the city together with, I know we outsourced to the county for inspections, but since this is the first of its kind, it sounds like, I mean, I don't know. I just feel more comfortable, and we don't perhaps need to come up with language tonight that talks about, that specifically outlines and binds the applicant legally to paying for an annual inspection by the city or by the county, however we want to say it. That's much more clear than the standard language, because the standard language applies to my house, it's a little tiny house in Merton Valley, to this fairly sophisticated or more sophisticated house.
It only applies to homes that have bioretention or flow-through type planters. So it is specific to those sorts of systems. But to your point, it doesn't talk about all of the drainage of the entire house. We've never had an agreement of that sort. I would defer to Mala on how we would actually go about doing that.
Mala, do you have any thoughts on that?
I guess, Matt, I would question, is it needed to have this annual inspection? Is that not otherwise provided for in the standard O&M agreement?
Our standard O&M agreement does require an annual inspection. However, it only requires an annual inspection of the bioretention or flow-through facilities. And my understanding of the concern that a lot of people have with this particular house is that if you have a flow-through planter or a bioretention type system and you're running pipes out to it from the roof, what system is in place to ensure inspection of the pipes that are taking the water to the flow-through planter, and then from the flow-through planter out to the city store, or not city, but to the storm drain system or to the road. It's the whole drainage facility put together. We don't really have a mechanism for inspecting the whole entire thing.
And I guess I'm wondering if that's something we could modify this agreement to address the whole system as opposed to just the individual component.
I would like that. I would like it, because I don't want a county inspector to go out there and spend 15 minutes doing what it's much more complicated, Matt, as Matt explained. And I think if we have it in writing and it's clear, it'll be a safeguard for the homeowners themselves, for their safety and the safety of everybody around them. So I don't know, that would be what I'd advocate for, Mala, if it's legal and if we could do it.
I think we can modify this condition and take out this, reference to the standard city storm drain management facility operation and maintenance agreement and make it more specific to address what Matt brought up in terms of the whole system being maintained.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and is that something that we want to do tonight, or is that something that you're going to want to come back to on a continuation of this item?
Well, I mean, it sounds like, Matt, and I'm not, I can interpret your technical speak, most of it, 90% of it, but it would seem to me that Matt could probably write it in 15 minutes. Do we need to do, no, I'm sorry, maybe half an hour with a cup of coffee in between, but Mr. Mayor, do we need to do it tonight? Or can it?
Well, we need to take an action on something, and if it's going to be conditions of approval, then it has to be the full conditions of approval for the project. So I'd like to have the final of what we want in wording.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I guess it was a more procedural question. If we could move forward with the approval of the application, and then that condition be amended after we approve. But Mala, sorry.
I was just going to say it would be amended maybe to address the comments Matt and Councilmember Burks made as part of an approval. It wouldn't be.
Okay.
It wouldn't be amended
without the language being in place. We'll just go ahead and do it, and it can be written up later.
And Matt may have some feedback he could assist with.
Go ahead, Matt.
I think to some extent it depends on what their ultimate design is as to what the agreement will look like. If their engineers do a very clever design that requires minimal maintenance, the agreement may look one way. If they come up with a design that is overly complicated and requires lots of maintenance, for example, pumping systems and things like that, well, then the agreement may need to be more robust. So I think it somewhat depends on what they actually come up with in terms of their design. But the agreement perhaps could be slightly vaguer in how we word it. So it's not just, well, it is a stormwater operation and maintenance agreement. So that kind of covers all of it. It's just what's the meat in it is going to be the part that we'll need to wordsmith once we get to know what the design really is.
Okay, so maybe what we can do, we've got 39 and we've got 40. Both those conditions deal with stormwater O&M plan and final O&M. So let's go through the rest of this and see where we land. But I guess the idea would be we would go ahead with the expectation that staff will then make some modifications to reflect the interest of the council in terms of full inspection of whatever system, to the extent that it's appropriate, or whatever system ends up being part of the actual development. Does that sound reasonable? Okay. All right, so that's good. We've got that covered. So let's go back. We were on 19 through 26. Is everyone feeling good about those conditions of approval? All right. 27 through 31.
Yeah, I had so I remember reading in some of the other stuff that the landscaping has to be, really well controlled, like basically because you can't have any, especially the irrigation and stuff, and how that was going to be deed restricted in terms of sticking to those plans. And I'm not seeing where that is reflected in here.
Okay, well, 29 is landscape maintenance agreement.
Correct. It doesn't look like it is a deed restricted. Oh yeah, agreement shall run with it. Okay, yeah, all right.
Right.
At the bottom of it, it says the agreement shall run with the property to ensure. Does that mean deed? I guess that means deed restricted.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so I get that on the landscaping, but then the irrigation didn't look like that was so, it looked kind of generic. Instead of being so, really wary of this landslide and we want no water going down there, I would have thought that would have been part of the landscape plan.
Well, once again, I mean, if we can get a few more words in there that basically address that, I think that would be a good idea. This would be on condition of approval 29. And, it's funny, I think one of the plans I saw, what was the original plan, actually showed some screen planting on the landslide, which I thought was kind of cute. Hey, you forget these things, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we got modifications there to include irrigation. Okay. Other changes on conditions from 27 to 31. Okay, I'm gonna turn the page. We're at 32 to 38.
That's where number 37 was irrigation, and it might end up just going back into that first section.
Yeah, but what doesn't say anything about, see, it doesn't have an agreement related to it. So we just want to make sure the irrigation is also part of that landscape agreement.
Right.
Okay. Okay, 38, we're good. 39 through 44.
Just number 40 on the record.
Okay.
That Matt would work on.
Yeah, well, that's going to be modified.
Yeah.
I've got a note on that, so that's
Okay.
going to be modified.
Nice.
Got it, no problem.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you.
Okay, 45 through 50.
Oh, actually 43, is that the install approved
43.
landscaping? So
Mhm.
is that referring back to that only? Only the step along with the plan, like it doesn't refer to that agreement.
No, but that's basically the plan is a condition that sets forward that you're going to take care of this landscaping. And this says you have to get the landscaping in prior to the release of hold on final. So it's like a timing thing. So you have to install the approved landscaping. So it's kind of a checklist.
It is, yeah, right.
Okay. 45 through 50. And that's it. So we have a couple of modifications on the conditions of approval, no changes to the resolution.
Mayor, there are two
Yes.
resolutions before you.
There should be one also for the EIR.
Yes, one for CEQA and one for the project.
Okay.
We missed part 2.
Part. Let's see if I have it right here. If I do, I should. I like this paper-free work. It works really good. Okay, I don't have it right here in front of me. So the CEQA documentation. So this is approving the environmental impact report. Is that correct? Certifying it? Okay. Are there changes to that? I don't have it here in front of me. I didn't print it out. Councilmember Bliss, are you okay with the certification of the reso? Okay. So with that, we have an opportunity for a motion on this project. Any further discussion? And if not, is there a motion?
Oh, Greg has,
Right. Mr. Wolf has his hand up. He wants to say something.
Well, I just wanted to ask Nancy to speak to the intent of condition, I believe it was 18, And in rereading it tonight as it was discussed, I just had the concern that due to the presence of an historic landslide on the site, ongoing monitoring and necessary maintenance / measures shall be performed by the landowner to ensure stabilization of the site. I didn't want that to be misinterpreted as compelling the applicant to stabilize the entire 3-point-some-odd acre site that was discussed as economically infeasible. So that I just wanted to point out that clarification and maybe add that rather than to ensure stabilization of the site, that it protects against the project destabilizing the site. So if we
Okay, well, so let's just hear the words on that one, because I think there was a lot of feeling that this gave us some security that people were looking for the way it's written now. And it really does say you have to ensure stabilization of the slide.
Okay, and if that was the intention of the council to compel the property owner to fix the slide, repair the slide, I didn't hear that discussion.
And I think
No.
that's several $1 million, if I'm not mistaken, from a staff report to fix the slide. So I don't think that was the intent.
No, I don't believe that was the intent. If I can just bring us back here. We read what was here, what's already been approved, and it basically says that the performed by the landowner to ensure stabilization of the slide. So what was intended by saying that, by writing that there? What was the intention?
Nancy, can you speak to that?
I'm going to defer to Matt Luttrop because that was the language that he recommended to be added as a condition of approval. So
Okay.
He should be able to further clarify what he expected.
Okay.
And when I read it previously, I interpreted that to mean not further destabilize the site beyond the current existing conditions, which we know it will continue to move. But I in rereading it tonight at the discussion, I just didn't want anyone on the meeting or after the meeting to read that and understand it or interpret it to mean that the applicant has to fix the slide. That's why I wanted.
Okay. Well, I guess we need some new words, because the way I read it, that's basically what it says.
Greg, could it be as simple as due to the presence of a historic landslide on site, ongoing monitoring and necessary maintenance / measures shall be performed by the landowner to ensure the project does not result in destabilization of the slide?
I think that would clarify it. Yes.
Okay. Now that to me has nexus, because it's the project that's really the focus of this whole thing, right? So if in fact we say we're looking to ensure that the project does not, I guess, exacerbate or add to, or, you know, because the slide is there and it's going to keep on moving, it's not going to be repaired.
Right.
Okay, contribute to the stabilization. Is that going to be something we can enforce?
It's really fuzzy. It seems this is a tough one, right? But I struggled with it too. How can we try to? That's I was trying to get, like, is there a baseline? Can we measure it now and see that it did something later? And it sounds like, yeah, you kind of can't. It was all coming to this kind of question. It's tough. I mean, how do you measure if they actually did destabilize it if there's no metric in here, right? It's tough without the stick, you know, the measuring stick. So that's hard. But I understand the intent. You know, the intent is we don't want them to destabilize the hill, for sure. I mean, nobody wants that. And so maybe it's okay to be fuzzy because we don't know exactly what this is going to be, but is it legally binding? I don't know. It's tough.
And the testimony you've heard in the reports and submitted and the conclusions of the EIR are that the project will not result in a significant impact to destabilize the existing slide. And this is consistent with that. So with this discussion, with the revised wording and with the EIR and mitigation measures, I think that covers it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Council members, are you okay with that change? I think there was a
Yes.
interest in it. Okay, good. All right. So is there anything else that, Greg, that you noted that we should turn attention to? All right. So I'm thinking we're ready for a motion on the two resolutions, one of which I don't have in front of me. Councilmember Geringer.
So they're really, it looks like to adopt resolution, I move that we adopt resolution 2020, oh, now mine went away, 2020-36, certifying the EIR, and resolution 2020-37, approving the project, subject to conditions and including mitigation measures.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Councilmember
Sorry.
Burke. I have you down. Councilmember Burke for second. Any discussion? If not, I'll call the question. Vice Mayor Kandel.
Aye.
Councilmember Bliss.
Aye.
Councilmember Burke.
Aye.
Councilmember Geringer.
Aye.
And I'm a yes, so it's unanimous and the project is approved. So thank you all very much. That took a little while, but we got through it. Thank you. Not easy. I think it'll be a good project. Remember, this is just phase one, massing and siting. We're going to have another go possibly at this, so in the design. Okay, we're now on to council commission reports. Reports on activities and consideration of matters council member wishes to initiate for placement on future agenda. Any comments from anyone? Councilmember Geringer.
Well, just picking up Lynn Cass, when she did her public comments, she had asked that we consider, I believe it was next month. I didn't make a note on Disability Awareness Month. I'm sure we could look that up, and also Native American Heritage Month. And so just not letting those fall off into the ether and see whether it's the council's interest in having those come back per the request from a resident.
Okay, that's fine. We can take a look at that. Mala has a point.
I just wanted to clarify. I think both Greg and I were unsure, and I apologize if you did. Was that motion just for the CEQA resolution, which was 2020-36, or did you also approve both?
It was both.
Okay.
It was both.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
And
all right.
Actually, may I clarify? Because there were, as we were looking at our documents, there was a part 1 and a part 2. And then the conditions, but the way that the resolution or our action was written was that we were taking both of those. Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Geringer, any more comments?
No, I did just have a question because I thought that the city manager usually has a spot on the agenda. But I did want to, I believe the city manager coming back to the mayor's conference or coming to the mayor's conference tomorrow night is information from the city managers, I believe the PMA, about some research that Ty in Danville has done relative to the way that the methodology was housing methodology was applied to the RHNA numbers. And so just to be prepared that I didn't get talking points ahead of time, but we will all be able to hear, and the mayor's conference will be asked to weigh in on the actual final baseline minus the, they're calling them the knobs that they were using, but basically a number of different criteria that were being used that resulted in things being skewed in a very interesting way. And so I don't have all the particular details, but it definitely impacted unincorporated areas at a greater, higher numbers of the allocation, and had some of the areas where a lot of the jobs are, Palo Alto and some of the high-tech jobs, got lower allotments or had reductions. So I wanted just to encourage everyone to tune in tomorrow, and as soon as I have any information, the mayor will get it, or if Narup wants to add anything, we'll be asked in all likelihood to have that come back to us. So
there will be a presentation tomorrow, and the PowerPoint is being worked on now. I have an email to the mayor. I will be speaking with him tomorrow to prep him for the mayor's conference, sharing the data that Ty and Danville came up with, which is precisely what you said, Council Member Geringer. Although we were led to believe they were using Plan Bay Area 2050, which is what we requested, they modified that and they call it Plan Bay Area 2050 households, which significantly increased all our numbers and decreased the numbers for Santa Clara and San Mateo and San Jose. So the presentation tomorrow will be on going back to the ABAG board and letting them know that they need to consider an alternative that stays true to Plan Bay Area 2050, which places the housing near the jobs.
And just as an add-on to that, our representative, so Julie Pierce, actually has been working with Ty and has been very close, and making sure that the ABAG staff are involved as well. So it'll be an interesting discussion tomorrow night.
Okay, I know this isn't on our agenda, so I don't want to get into a big conversation, but I guess the mayor's conference will be interesting. Okay. Anything else on this item? No? Yes, Councilmember Burks?
Yeah, I'll just say it, Molly, you can get me in trouble later, but Julie Pierce does not have our best interest in mind. So when it comes to housing and our legislative platform. So
we're not supposed
to. Yeah, well, okay. So at PPC, feel free to do whatever you want to me. My comment was going to be, for years past, we have, and I'm not on the committee that works for the schools, we've had a combined meeting with the Lafayette School Board, and we haven't done that this year. And I would think that now might be a really good time to do it, given the angst in the community associated with COVID and our motto of Green Hills, Great Schools. And I think it would draw a very large audience. And I think we could come up with an agenda that would be meaty and it could be substantive to our community and reflect our partnership and support of each other. And I know we don't have much time before the holidays to get it done, and or if there's a time, or if there's even an appetite on this council to do it. But I would suggest doing it. In the past, it's been something that has been reflected or seen as a positive thing to do. So I would make that suggestion that we hold a joint meeting with them.
Okay, I know that we have Councilmember Geringer and Vice Mayor Candell are our liaisons to the school districts. So maybe that's the place we start and see where they would like to go, what they feel comfortable with, and what we'd like to do.
We've already asked for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
We asked for that already. So that one is in progress, hopefully. But
Awesome.
But I understand the larger audience would be nice as well. But even if we can't get the larger audience, if we do the liaison and maybe we can publicize it or maybe hold it at a time when more people can come, even if we can do something like that. If we can't do the full one, so we can work with staff and figure out what's the best approach on this one.
Yeah, I think it was a goal. It was an actual goal we had a couple of years ago, I think.
It was.
Yeah. It's not been lost, but it's I'm glad.
No, all I would say is, I mean, you guys are tied into schools. My kids go to schools. There's a lot of kids that are getting ready to leave. So be great to And you guys are on the front lines of it. So it'd be nice to come together.
Okay.
Okay. Other council items for future agenda, Vice Mayor Kendall.
Yeah, so to tack on to that, Rena, if that presentation from the mayor's conference is going to come back maybe to the city, is to add all the things from these other groups like the Embarcadero Institute and the Freddie Mac study, whose both conclusions lead to that our full arena allocation is way overestimated. So not only is it not distributed correctly, the total amount of it may be completely wrong. So
In terms of the overall allocation.
on the overall, so the Orange County, Southern California got hit before us, and they got hit with even more units. They wrote a letter to SCAG, Orange County did. So hopefully we can bring that up at the mayor's meeting as well. We might want to talk about that. And also coming back to that, at the mayor's meeting, Julie Pierce is not running for office. And so there is an ABAG position that will be open in the county coming up soon. And I was going to make an effort to show interest in that position. So
Yeah.
I would like to get in there, because I agree with Cam, at times it's been, at least there hasn't been a lot of visibility and transparency into ABAG or MTC. And I think that we can do a better job at that. So, but then also Adams Rock Garden went in, and I can show you pictures literally on my phone. That was them.
Okay.
He and his
Yeah.
mother coming in, and then here, this is the better picture. If you can see it, it's actually super cute.
Okay.
And then Adam and his mother and his grandmother all there at the site. It is truly remarkable. He is a wonderful person, and we're going to try to get him on a youth commission.
Okay.
It's a great suggestion to him. So,
All right. Good. Good.
I have a question about the previous item. You talked about the ABAG board meeting, which is on the 15th. And so this move is to get the ABAG executive board to adopt another alternative. Would you like this matter back on your agenda on October the 13th?
Oh, so we can write a letter too, even
Well,
the city of Lafayette, or what? Just have options.
The hope is we're going to have a letter drafted for all the cities, and for the mayors, if you all agree tomorrow, for the mayors to send it immediately, and then for people to start calling the ABAG executive board members. The 13th may be a little too late because the meeting is just 2 days away.
Right.
So I'm hearing.
Well, I think it'd be great to bring it back on the agenda, even if it's late. I mean, if you have more conversation, the better. And I don't know if they're up against the deadline at this point, or if they've just blown past the deadline, or what they're doing, but they were saying they had a deadline before. And we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Well, tomorrow will be telling. Okay, Councilmember Bliss.
Yeah, just two quick items. One thing, I imagine this would already be planned to have on the agenda next time we meet, but I know that the deadline for GPAC applicants is the 2nd, and then I think the drawing's the 5th, if I'm not mistaken. But just again, I figured this would be planned anyway, but you know, the staff has done a great job on all the outreach on the GPAC and thinking through how to make that work. So I would just love to have a report back as to where things stand. Again, I assume that would be the case anyway, but it's such an important process. I'd love to hear back at our next meeting on that. And then just one, sorry, I'll keep this really brief because I know it's late, but I know Jonathan's still on, so I wanted to make sure that he heard this. It's kind of a thank you. So I think everyone here might recall that, I think it was last year, I had completed the Lafayette Trails Challenge, which I just had so much fun doing. I discovered the Walter Costa Trail and a bunch of other things. And so I was thinking about what I could do just on my own, sort of inspired by that Trails Challenge to find ways to, get to know the city better. And so I started on this just completely idiotic personal challenge, in a sense, to run every public street in Lafayette. And I just finished, and it was a lot of fun. And I just wanted to share that because it was inspired by Jonathan's Trails Challenge. And true to my hopes, I actually did wind up just learning a lot about the city by trying to run every public street. The last one I did, actually, in case anyone is interested, was the stretch of Moraga Road between St. Mary's and Sky High, which, as you can imagine, is not for the faint of heart. So I ran it very early in the morning. I was very careful. And I also, one of the last streets I ran actually was Martino, which I believe is Susan's street. And just for the record, Susan, your street is very steep. So I just wanted
It
to
is so, my ears pop sometimes.
It was crazy, but totally worth it because of the view that you get at the very top. Anyway, so I know, sorry, it's kind of a bit of a brag. I apologize, but the main thing I just wanted to say was it was really, again, inspired by the Trails Challenge. So thanks to Jonathan for that last year, and I look forward to a point in time at some point down the road when we can do those sort of things again. Anyway, so I just wanted to throw that into the mix as well.
And I want to challenge you to run all the private streets and roads in the community.
good luck with
'cause
that.
We have some,
it's funny.
some steep ones.
It was made possible. The whole thing was made possible because Greg gave me this great map that shows the public and the private. And I actually, when I started out on it, I made the decision to not do the private roads because I was just concerned about, as a matter of policy, trespassing and just, but yes, the private ones are steep. I will say that much. That's it for me. Thanks for indulging me that announcement at this late hour.
Well, I think it's great, and maybe they'll find a pin or something they can pin on you or something. I think that would be appropriate.
Sure.
Good job. Well done.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just mention that I'm going to try to get the performance review of the city manager and city attorney out to you guys fairly quickly so we can get that wrapped up before the end of the year. And it requires you to fill out some forms and get them back relatively quickly. So that should be, I'll be working with Joanne. We'll get something out fairly soon so we can do an evaluation of both our city attorney and our city manager. And in the year, hopefully with that done and completed. That's the only thing I have under this. Yes, go ahead.
Will that be automated or will that be mail?
I can't remember exactly how we did it the last time. I think we
did
got
mail.
into it. We got into an Excel spreadsheet at one point and we were able to email. Yeah.
We did. We did mail one year and then okay, great.
So we'll try to do it by email.
Perfect.
And make it a spreadsheet so you can just do it quickly and then just shoot it back.
Awesome.
And I'll go over it, consolidate, and then we'll have it on our agenda or our closed session or something.
Thank you.
Okay. So with that, we are on to city manager's report.
I think I gave my report about ABAG. I think tomorrow this meeting is going to be very interesting, Mayor Anderson and council members, because it's just not this change in numbers, this moving around of RHNA numbers doesn't affect Contra Costa only. It affects the suburban counties. So really we need to think about a strategy of reaching out to partners across the Bay Area in the more rural counties and get them to sign on and demand that we come up with another alternative that the ABAG board will consider.
And I'm not going to get into the details, just ask you a question. So if we're really unhappy with this and there's several counties that are unhappy with it, can they leave ABAG?
It's my understanding, even if we leave ABAG, HCD still gives the region its numbers.
Okay.
So some entity is, whether it's HCD through ABAG or HCD directly, we end up with the numbers.
Okay, just wondering. All right. Anything else?
No.
Okay, we have another item, which is Councilmember Geringer and Mary Anderson, Resolution 2020-38, appointing 3 members to the Youth Commission. Councilmember Geringer, you want to handle this? It's been a long time since we did these interviews, I'll tell you.
I went back through my notes, and as always, they are amazing. The kids, the young youth in our community, and Mayor Anderson had them. He asked them questions about how they thought that the commission could be more robust, and ways that we as a city could recognize the youth commissioners. And they had great ideas, and Stephen, took those, and they will be working on those as they go forward. They also talked a lot, and I know they are very much about how to interact with the other commissions. And I know that that's been important to all of us in various workings that we've worked with our commissions. And so just always very exciting. And so I would like to move that we adopt resolution 2020-38, appointing 3 members to the Youth Commission. I would like to go actually to the documentation and say their names. Lily Corder, Addie Stevens, and Jasmine Tony. And I apologize, I didn't write them down ahead of time, but that's the motion.
I'll second that motion. Okay, any discussion? All right, call the question. Vice Mayor Candell,
Aye.
Councilmember Burks,
Aye.
Councilmember Bliss,
Aye.
Councilmember Geringer,
Aye.
and I'm a yes, so that's great. Thank you. They were really great candidates. They always are.
Yes.
Kind of amazing. How can this be? Okay, so that brings us to adjournment, and I don't know, we've adjourned in honor of many different things and many different people. Councilmember Bliss, you have something for us tonight?
Yeah, I did. I always hate to end on a somber note, but I did want to, looking at the latest county data, and Naru, check me if I'm wrong on this, I believe we're at 209 deaths in Contra Costa due to COVID. And so, again, I hate to end on such a note, but I thought it'd be appropriate, if we could adjourn in honor, really in memory of those 209 of our neighbors. And also, in doing so, I just want to just note that, looking at the county data, this is true across California, but we're seeing that, the deaths are disproportionately affecting communities of color, in particular that for Asian residents, Latino and Black, all of them in our county, they are disproportionately being affected by the coronavirus. So I just wanted to just note that for the record. I as you know, wasn't at our last city council meeting, but had a chance to go back and listen to the whole thing, and was really, have to tell you, inspired by the deliberations around the work on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and all the progress going on there. And so I think, this is all kind of an important context for that ongoing work for us as a city. So I just wanted to note that as we adjourn in memory of the 209 of our neighbors in Contra Costa who have lost their lives during the pandemic.
Excellent. So be it. We are adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay.